Actually, Elfie, could you do me a huge favor and disable the dwarf redeem? I don't think anybody's done it, but like, could you just disable? Could you just mods? Could you please disable that for me? So yeah, I got it. So I have an early access copy to Manor. So for those of you who don't know, this game is the most wishlisted game on Steam with over 2 million wishlists, which is absurd. This game had a demo a while ago, which I streamed, and I quite enjoyed the demo. But the demo was way too early. Yeah, this game is the most This is the most wishlisted game on Steam. Which remember, the last game that was the most wishlisted game on Steam that came out was the day before. I think this will be better than that. So the reason this game is so heavily wishlisted is it has some absolutely incredible trailers. And actually, you know what? I'm going to take advantage of this game deciding to mute itself whenever I tab out, and I'm just going to go to the Steam page real quick and just show you guys. This is the Steam page, right? So here, let's just do this.
To govern a land of great peril and promise. It has suffered long from the scourge of banditry, but there is another threat. An illegitimate baron who claims the northern territories as his own. Will you prove yourself worthy of this honor, or will you perish by the traitor's steel?
Needs more metal guitar, that's my biggest complaint.
Here we go, boys! To arms, men!
All right, so that hopefully gives you a very vague idea as to why this is the most wishlisted game on Steam. It's just an extraordinarily ambitious little town builder that desperately needs more death metal guitar rattling around during that trailer. But like, honestly, it's just a very, very, very ambitious little town builder. So this is a top-down strategy game, like any city builder. The reason it looks like it could be first person is you can just zoom all the way in and like stare at people as they walk by. But let's get started, shall we? So it's a game that trailers really well. And the way you get wish lists is by trailering really well. But the question always is, does the gameplay match the advertising? Right? So I need you guys to do me a very big favor and I think name my town. Or maybe my person. I don't actually know what this is. Is this like my dude's name or my town's name? So we get to design our shield, I suppose. Where's my awful colors? There we go. How do I make this look as terrible as possible? I'm kind of just tempted to make it all black. Like it's just a black shield. Like if I just make everything black, I'm always just tempted to just make my stuff look terrible if given the opportunity. Why does this have it? It says it's gonna be all black. Why is it still? Why is the crown still silver? You know, actually, you make a good point. Name him Baldwin. What if he's bald lose though? You know? Bald loose, lose. See? Bald lose. From what I remember, you take control of your lord and walk around town. You can absolutely do that, yeah, but it is a lot of the bits in the trailer, it's because they've zoomed in. Baldric? Bald Steve. Bald beer? Master Brewer. This guy looks like a brewmaster. Brewmaster Beer Face. McCheese. Is there a beer symbol? Yeet. Okay, how about like We're getting somewhere. It's just like a giant cauldron. Is this game out? It's out in a couple days. This is a like creator early access type deal. So weirdos like me on the internet get the opportunity to play early. I think that works. Manix, thanks for gifting a subscription. Appreciate you. Yeah, that's the biggest concern I have, Oren. So this is taking something from YouTube chat. Oren says, lots of things about this game seem to really appeal to me, but I gotta say that the Let's Play series I've tried watching all seemed virtually identical. That's kind of what I'm concerned with. Or maybe not concerned, but I think there's kind of two ways this game might end up going, right? And because this is like creator embargoed early access for a game that is gonna go into early access, because of the position that I'm in right now, I can't actually give you guys a review. I can only just give you guys impressions. I can't call it a review because the review embargo is the release day, right? But my big concern with this game going in is that it's going to end up being a very samey experience. But like I stated earlier, if that's a great experience, that's not a bad thing, right? I don't think that there's anything wrong with a game being a samey experience that's great. You know, there are plenty of examples of games that are samey experiences that are great. Like, just look at any competitive RTS that's successful, right? Yeah, Age of Empires wasn't exactly what I was going for. That wasn't the game I would have said StarCraft, actually. But, like, Age of Empires, sure, totally. Like, that's a very samey experience, but it's great, right? I mean, I would argue that about a lot of things, right? So, also, pulling something out of the YouTube chat as well, unless you just watched that entire Let's Play today, you're probably watching Let's Plays of the demo. And I have to say that they probably shouldn't have released the demo. There was a demo for this game like a year ago almost now. You guys can go look at my YouTube channel as to when I posted that video of the demo. Didn't have any of the combat. There was straight up missing assets. It ran like shit. It crashed a lot and looked like it was a bad look. Genuinely. Like it was a bad look. It didn't feel or look great. So I also played it quite a bit. I think I put like 20 hours into the demo. Which means if you have played it a lot and you played the demo more recently, like if you have a copy of it or something, maybe you can help me get started. I think I'm just going to leave everything as end goal. Oh, sweet. We got more maps now. Okay, hold on. Rise prosperity. Fulfill the requirements of your citizens and plan and rule your medieval town as you see fit, without worrying about combat. Okay, so that's like no combat thing. Restoring peace. 2 territories in the north are claimed by illegitimate baron, whose castle is located off map. Another direction I could see this game going is if this game ends up being structurally a lot like Stronghold, I'll be very happy. You know, Stronghold is a like scenario-based game where you get scenarios and you play those scenarios and cool. But it also has that campaign. I'd be totally okay with a game like this being like that, you know? I see this fitting into a niche that hasn't really been filled by many games. By the way, if you haven't, go play Stronghold, like, Definitive Edition. If you like the original Stronghold, it's very, very good. Also, the developer, Slavic Magic, I believe it. Wait, the guy who started the studio, his name is Greg. My name is also Greg. I will give any game made by a Greg a fair shake. Because Greg's strong. We must stand together and fight against Non-Gregs. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I just think it's funny. All right, so early, I like this. Early underscore access underscore map. And I can't change it. That's very funny. So let's just stick with the default. And then the challenging is what? On the edge. Grow your city and rise force as quickly as you can. Lands are pestered by raiders and undefended. Okay, let's stick to this one. I do really like how varied this is. Like the difficulty markers here. I really like this. And the reason I like this is because this means it can be played differently. And you know how there was a concern in the YouTube chat a minute ago about how all the Let's Plays seem the same? Well, if all Let's Plays seem the same and I see this many difficulty options, this already means that you can play it very differently, which is good. That's really good. Like raider frequency, medium. Raider free years. Oh, 2 raids in chat. We have 2 years until raids start happening. Remember that. I guess I could. Okay, so it goes all the way up to 5. That's interesting. There still is a lot of this stuff, like very programmer text. It's like, okay. Okay.
I'm so happy to be subbing. Love your streams and vids. Much love from Turkey.
Good Charles. You know that artifact that your dwarf made ages ago? It was like an artifact shield that your dwarf named after yourself. That shield. So your dwarf, Good Charles, named a shield Good Charles. That shield keeps showing up in images on other artifacts. It's showed up like a dozen times in different artifacts in other forts. It's very funny because it's just like your name. But also, thank you. Means a lot, mate. The 12th month. Or 8th month, rather. I can read. All right, let's move forward. Well, it sure as heck launched me across the map. Okay, so I can still zoom all the way out, and so this is kind of our regional map. It's a lot of things on top of things. This shows which regions are under. I don't think it wanted me to go all the way up here. Right off the bat. Victory condition dominance. Build up your town, your manor. Build up your town, your manor, and when ready, press claims towards regions owned by your opponents. Once a claim has been pressed, be ready for battle. Okay. Claim all opponents' regions. Okay, so be a big bully. Got it. So I think this was where we came from. It's a very slow scroll. I think I need to slow the speed at which completely change the speed at which the camera scrolls. Completely. Because it, like, is very slow. Like, very slow. Turn off the camera smoothing, please. And... yes. See if I can... see if that's better. Hey, that feels better. Sweet. Okay. In Manor Lords, families need food and fuel. I think in real life, too. Supplies in the region panel above shows how much you've got left, which is all of this up here. So we've got construction materials, we've got food, we've got fuel, we've got crops, we've got, well, we don't have any. We have crafting materials, commodities, and military, my ugly mug, our treasury, which is pathetic, our flag, which is Beerius, the number of months before supplies run out. Nice, okay. Livestock, we have 1 oxen. It's not free, where you ask, and no, there's no weird things coming through the portals when we set the radios up. We got a 50% approval rating. Well, how many people do we have? If we have a 50% approval rating, okay, so there's 5 people in our settlement. 50% approval rating. One person is like split down the middle 50-50. Apparently you need fuel, yes. Well, you need fuel to not, die. Right? Be that food or other forms of fuel. I mean, how else are you going to get through your day without huffing some gasoline? Come on. Yeah, one of these 5 people's like, the other 2 are just pissed. The other 2 are like, it's fine. So you can really get up close and personal with these duders and just like stare at them. Okay, so can I zoom in on Peter here anymore? Okay, just hold on. No, I really can't. Can you guys see this man's face? It's like a perfectly flat texture. Okay, no, he does have a nose, but his eyes looks like something terrifying. How about you? Like, I'm not mocking them. Like, they actually look really good. Like, just the little character models. It's just this guy at the angle he's at, it's like his face is like falling off. Camping in the woods seems nice. To a point, right? To a point. So we've got our little stockpile of supplies here. It's wood storage from the looks of things. You can pin stuff. We can assign workers to things. So I'm assuming it's going to tell me all this, but let's find out. Every time I click on things, it's going to give me instructions. Some workplaces allow villagers to use handcarts to transport up to 10 goods at once. However, pulling a handcart off-road is extremely slow. Make sure that you connect your buildings to roads. Okay, so I can build roads under constructions. Oop. Okay. Every region in Manor Lords has strengths and weaknesses. Be sure to check all of the resource deposits as well as investigate soil fertility before deciding on the direction of your town. If your region has weak fertility, consider setting up trade early. Well, that's interesting. Okay, let's actually zoom out and see what we have. So we have a big clay deposit and iron deposit. Iron deposit. I wonder where it shows this, actually. We have a rich deposit of wild animals, so I guess that means we should start off with, like, hunting. And there's also a berry deposit, which is resupplying right now. Better than the 1,000-yard stare foundation. I really like the, like, how would I describe it? Not, like, playfulness, but I really like the cartoon look of foundation. Yeah, it does have crop rotation, I can tell you that. Okay, so let's see. We do have a forager's hut and a hunting camp. We have okay, hold on. We got a forester's hut, hunting camp, forager hut, saw pit, not swamp pit, woodcutter's lodge, and logging camp. So I'm assuming we need all 3 of these to do logging. How much wood do I have? Timber. I feel like I'm going to take a gander here and say we should probably start off with a logging camp. So it'll snap to roads. Just a guess, just a guess. I did play the demo for this, but, unassigned families work on construction automatically. Good to know. So you need some unassigned families when you're doing construction stuff. Timber requires oxen to be moved. Villagers will automatically get an ox when they need it. Okay. Will they also grab the auxiliary cord when they plug the music in? That's the most important question. So we'll wait for this to be done, and then after that, we will queue up the wood cutters and the saw pit. I saw a pit once, and it was terrifying. Just would like you guys to know that. I'm going to make a road right here for future use. So the road system, I remember really liking. It really allows you to make some really pretty kind of things going around, because I know there's these pits over here, so we're going to make a little road kind of going this way. I feel like this is a game that I could very much get into the design aspect of. Like, just making things look pretty. Aux support conferred? Excellent. Only if they bring the aux support for when I, bring that. For when I bring the boombox. Do they need fuel to handle the fire aux? Oh boy. Okay, well, that's under construction still. Oh, interesting. So we have priorities. So I can set this to high priority. And then under here, I can go to you, the Woodcutter's Lodge, and zoom out. I like how it points in in the direction that it's facing. Workers fell nearby trees to produce firewood. Workers felled nearby trees to produce timber. So firewood and timber. So instead of actually doing that, let's do the saw pit, which is workers transform timber into planks, because I'm assuming that the time of year is we won't need firewood right away, but I'm sure we'll need firewood when it starts snowing and whatnot. Can I... There we go. Okay, so... Chat room, what do we name our region? First name to really make me chuckle probably gets worked into the name. I've just played a bajillion town builders before, so... Stupid lake. There's no lake, though. You know, honestly, naming it chat room is probably not a bad one. But why don't we call it like Chat Haven, or like Chatland, or like Chat Place, or like Chat Spot? Maybe we could call it like Chatburg. Honestly, I like Chatburg. Chatburg. You gotta nom on those chat burgers, you know? Well, they're made out of ox. They're delicious. The cheese is absolutely real cheese. I swear. Okay, so what's this? This is our, okay, so it lets us get new buildings, I guess. Quaint little tech tree. I wish I didn't need to zoom out to see all of it, but I wish it was just kind of like, you know, like the sieve. This way, that way. These circular ones where I need to zoom around are just a little tedious to me, but it's fine. Yeah, like this kind of thing, you know? Okay, so we got policies. Citizens skip every 5th meal. Reduces food consumption and decreases approval. We just need to give these citizens a great little discussion about personal health and intermittent fasting. That's all I'm saying. Hunting wild animals on rich deposits breed twice as fast at the cost of 50% reduced yields from crops. Okay, well, what else do we have? Trapping, forest management. Okay, so what? Doubles capacity of all berry deposits. Beekeeping. Ooh, can make bees. I'm really curious about how much... Okay, so the stuff that's just got the lock symbol is, like, not in early access yet. Got it. Okay, because this is going to be launching into early access, right? But that's still, like, a pretty good amount of stuff to work through. In almost all cases, resources in Manor Lords have to be physically moved, and it can take a moment, so feel free to change the game's speed if you feel like it. Noted, bossums. Why is there a big hole in ground? Is that for the saw? I guess, yeah, it's for the saw pit. Well, that's kind of cool. This building has no assigned families. Select it if you, okay, well, boink. So we got 10 population. 5 level 1 families. 2 kids, 8 parents. Got it. So 2 big workers and 2 little workers. Got it. While human workforce has to be assigned by default, livestock workforce is shared between workplaces. However, you can bind it to a workplace permanently in the advanced tab. Okay, where's that? Got it. So it seems like Friedlin and Fritz are working and logging. Cool. So I need to check something. Logistics, mining, residential, farming, industry. Okay. Well, once we have that running, I want to get some sort of food production up and running. Does this have like a limited distance? Because there's this up here. Workers hunt wild animals and produce meat and hides? Well, if they hides, then how are we going to find them? I've never saw a pit before, so like, you know, how would I know it was gonna be a saw pit if I haven't seen the pit? Here's the thing, Wicca. If I ask for help, feel free to offer. But I need food to ensure that it doesn't go bad. So let's worry about that first. Still reading through everything. That's actually the thing I was looking for. Generic storage. Like food storage, non-food storage, hitching posts, right? Yeah, I remember that. Houses are fun. They have like they fit to the shapes of the roads by default, which is neat. Of course, that's very important, the tavern. All right, well, let's jump back over one. What do you need? You need rock. Got 20, what is this? It's stone. Stone, we need to harvest more of you. There's a stone deposit over there. Okay, what do we use to harvest stone? Assuming mining. Yep, there we go. Okay, so clay deposit. Saving finished. Iron deposit. One deposit. New message. I have heard of your renown. I only seek to defend my rights and my honor against those who would wrong me. What?
Good morning, blind and chat.
How you doing, Jiefin? Thanks for the 9th month. I have heard your renown. I only seek to defend the rights and my honor against those who wrong me. I hope you will not judge me by the rumors and slanders that some may spread about me. Signed and sealed by my own Hidebolt von what? You have no rightful claim to Selbiz and Horzen. Okay. Okay. You look friendly, man. I'm just gonna close this. We'll worry about that later. Let's just worry about getting things set up instead of yelling at people. Looks constipated. Most people in this time period probably were constipated.
After a while, I'm back to your great channel.
Welcome back,
and with
Insulina.
my new favorite game too. A blessed day. Love your content, mate.
Wait,
Less than 3.
this is your new favorite game? Have you played it? Who gave you a key? But thank you. It's good to have you around. Thanks for the 8th month. You know, they probably did need alcohol to get through the working day. That and God. And the promise of, like, heaven after you die. Okay, so let's... I kind of want to just throw, like, a hunting lodge all the way up here, but that feels really far away. So let's instead go, like... I'm a little worried that doing this is going to, like, I don't know, cause the animals to die or something, but it just feels too far away to go, like, so I'm going to go this way instead. Well, the water was like too toxic on a good day to go for water, right? So instead of eating water, you'd eat, or instead of drinking water, you'd drink alcohol because it was cleaner, right? Communal oven. I'm just looking through other options. Bloomery, smithy. I seem to recall like none of this stuff worked in the demo, but I could be wrong. Tannery, weaver, dyer's shop. Okay. It's like I'm playing a different game. Trading post, livestock, settlers. Okay, let's go with, we're definitely going to need a well. Marketplace. I played enough of these games to know that we're going to need marketplaces. To see how broken it can get? Based on what the demo was capable of, I guarantee you very. I guarantee you very. And I have a eyelash in my eye. To make it last longer for travel? Well, there you go. It's a myth I'm sticking to, though. I have no idea. Hoshan. I don't know if I'll play it long enough to find bugs and exploits. I'll probably play it long enough to decide whether or not I like playing it or not, and then call it. You will be playing this when you can buy it? Yeah, well, it's out on the 26th. I mean, I will probably stream it today and then touch it again on the 26th. Zero plans to play anything related to RimWorld. I stopped playing it after it hit 1.0 and haven't really touched it since. No, I think I'm pretty sure that Wicca here is just an enthusiast, which is fine. Every game needs enthusiasts. Although I could be wrong. If they are on the dev team, then please tell me. Already runs smoother than City Skylines 2. That's not a high bar, mate. Not a high bar in the slightest. All right, well. Kind of staring at, like, other supplies here, because we got firewood, right? We do actually have a decent amount of firewood. We have a decent amount of food. Public order. Well, we need to increase public order, methinks. We need storage, so let's get to that. Because right now they're building that tiny little hunting camp up there, which will get done pretty quick. This also is going to need a family assigned to it. This up here is going to need a family assigned to it. So we need, well, generic storage full. See, like I was saying, we're going to need some storage. So let's assign somebody to that. Well, actually, we have food right now, so let's unassign people from that. Let's go down here and then hit construct, and then go to storehouse and then a granary. Get the two of those done. Although, need figure out where I'm going to put my granary area, because I need it to be in kind of a central-ish spot. Just going to go right there for right now. Then housing, I think we're going to try and do maybe up on this hill. Kind of in this region right here. This game's very pretty looking. I do have to state that. How do you do, fellow enthusiasts? Homelessness. Literally everybody. Exposed goods. Pantry. You need to be moved to a granary. All right, well. I will queue up a granary as well. I'm just going to kind of be following these as they pop up. So we'll do these two, and then we'll do, try and get housing rolling after all that. Let's currently unassign you. But we can just get this stuff done. Yes, you do in fact have the no sound thing on. Fortunately, I have, what's the word? Closed captions. So I just kind of assume people can, you know, see, at very least. Oh yeah, also under overlays, the smell overlay, I saw that. I need to click on that. Underground water. Uh-oh. Well, okay, so that's where I need to build the well.
Over here, he has a sword.
I can assure you I do not. Flax fertility, barley fertility, rye fertility. Ooh. Nothing smells particularly bad, so that's good. Fire hazard. It should just be everything that's a tree. Game. If you click on the closed captions button, I do in fact have closed captions.
Summer's coming soon, and soon the beating sun.
Person speaking. You know, they don't look like they're working very hard. Like, I think they're forming a union. Chop to it. Come on. Start digging a hole or something. Blah! They're on Smoko, okay? We have to leave them alone. This is the team. This is the same as leaning. Yeah. I mean, just get the smokehouse or the storehouse done. They're acting like real employees. Yeah, they're just like real workers. Exactly. Standing around. No, I mean, I would say if anything, the ox is supervising, if I were to bet. Dwarves would never stand around like that. No, they'd stand around drinking. Come on. Well, at least they're working now that the stuff showed up. I do actually, this is one of my favorite things in games like this, is when there's like way too many animations for building stuff, yet at the same time, all they're doing is just like hitting the dirt with hammer and building is appearing in front of them. I love that. It's like one of my favorite video game things ever. It's like that feeling started back with like Age of Empires. It's just like, oh yeah, no, just guy bang, 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 house. Hitting the dirt is so Age of Empires. Yeah, it really is. It really is. Gosh, I hope it's not Banished 2.0, because Banished was very boring. And now this is Manor Lords. I mean, it's kind of Banished. It's kind of Stronghold. It's there's what's it called? Formation combat. It's got region control, so the goal is to take over these 2 regions plus all of these regions. So I can like claim these regions. Apparently, when I have enough influence, I don't know exactly how that works, but the goal is to take over these 2 regions and fight back the enemies. So it's like a little bit of RTS, sorta, a little bit of town buildy, a little bit of like castle buildy, a little bit of faction warfare thingy. How deep is the diplomacy? Do not ask me questions. I have played this version of the game for 64 minutes, and it's all been on stream. And I played the demo, which didn't have any of that. So I have no idea. You tell me. You possibly could know more about this game than me. That is the beauty of it. Just kind of keeping an eye on the food. Then let's get that done. I think I can speed up the hotkeys for these. Love the little wagons. Love the little wagons. What's this? Hitching post? Right. Can I move you? Ah. Can't. Look at that. Homelessness tent. I can't move the homeless tents. Well, this game is just like reality. You know, Tropico, like the old Tropicos, had so much personality. And the new Tropicos that they've made recently are like, oh, so you like kind of did a bad job replicating that personality. Well, that sucks. So I got 8 timber, but no planks. And I just want to throw another family onto this. Let's slow speed down. If there's a hotkey for speed that somebody knows about, please tell me, because I haven't found it yet. Okay, so now that we've done those, let's just grab us. Let's build a house. Let's do our first piece of residential space. Flexible plots. Some buildings have flexible borders. Place 4 points to designate an area. The cursor will snap to roads and buildings and try to create an organic shape. You can leave more space for future houses. You can leave more space for future extension upgrades. And the first 2 points at the front of the house are. The first 2 points mark the front of the house by default. Okay. So just costs 2 logs, 2 timber to build a house. I'm not sure exactly how big we should make these, but place point area, road construction point. Okay, let's try making this a little bit less. Whoops, that's moved me over to roads from this. Go like here, maybe? Oh, that's interesting. It's not really like if there is a button to like change the shape of these, it's not immediately coming to me. I'm trying to cook, but you know, I'm just trying to figure out what the hotkey is for that because I remember that existing. I want to say it's like R, but it's definitely not. T takes you back to the center of the town, so that's cool.
Just coming in for the 37th month crypt beer.
Thanks for the 37th month, Ezekiel. Appreciate you, man. Oh, I understand. Okay, so it faces the direction of that arrow. Okay, that makes sense. I figured it out. I get it. Too steep to build on. My rear. Okay, so let's do this then. So if I make it bigger, then it'll have space for upgrades. That seems nice. Let's start a little further back here. How much wood's that going to take? 4? I can't see the construction cost. It's under my mouse. Can you see this? This is a problem. I have to like wiggle the mouse around to see what my construction cost is gonna be. It's like construction cost is not 4, it's actually 8. It's just directly underneath my mouse. Yeah, but like why? Why is it directly beneath my mouse? Is it like a UI size thing? You can report it. That'd be nice if you can. Yeah, that seems odd. Anyway. I mean, it's fine once you click it. It's just while I'm dragging it. So then I guess, like, if I right-click, then it snaps back over. That's not too bad. It's just a little odd. Does it change when you zoom in? No. It might be a UI scaling thing. It's just kind of funny, that's all. Like, I'm more just amused by it than anything. Like, it's not something I would describe as, like, a major issue. It's just funny. All right, well, anyway. Let's plot that down. So that's our first chunk of housing. Which isn't enough for all of the families, because we have 5 families, and this is 4 houses. But hey, we'll get some people put away. Let's keep an eye on our food. Okay, so we got 15 units of bread right there. And that needs to be moved into the granary. So this needs a family assigned pretty bad. Just to get that stuff moved. Hello, Lond. Long time, dude. How you been? You still city skylinesing around in places. Making things that look pretty. Lond is somebody I used to watch ages ago. Build cities. Is X and Z? Okay, that's not what I would assign that to, but thank you. There's also a cosmetic day-night cycle, but it's disabled by default, so I just left it off. Yeah, no, to me, I feel like, at least in these early stages, this is the sort of game that I would play to chill and relax. And just make something that looks cool. It depends on how much the combat grabs me, really. Because, like, just at the beginning right now, this is really starting to just feel like a vibes game. You know, kind of like City Skylines in a way, actually. Where it's like, well, this is just a pleasant space to exist in. And when I say City Skylines, I mean the first one. Not the second one's just kind of makes me angry. It's as long as it's like a really pleasant space to just exist within that allows you to create something that's really visually appealing. That's kind of what I would describe as like a vibes game. I would also say the same thing to a degree about like even Stronghold. Is that what you mean by look at the horizon? I wonder if you'll be able to play this on the Steam Deck. It is pretty demanding, but we're just getting started, I would say. Big bang. Are we playing streaming Manor Lords as soon as you get it? Hell yeah, dude. So what you're saying is you're looking for a job, Ivan? Over in the YouTube chat? right. But does that change when you zoom in? Does what change when I zoom in? What, the look at the horizon? No, this game's actually like loading a lot of stuff, which is, I think, probably why it ran really badly when I got the demo originally, because like it is like, from what I can tell, actively loading all of the regions, plus like more. So if I actually go over here to another region, wonder if I can spot where they're building. It doesn't appear to be. That's a shame. Where's the button for that, Illic Fox? Oh, is it this? Visit mode. There we go. Ahem. I'm trying to make me clip through the cape. There we go. See? It's a video game, all right. Can I jump? There's no jump button. As far as I know, this is like intended to be like just a way to look at your town and not actually a gameplay thing. Dropping down wood over there. There. Okay. Hacking down wood. There's no jump button, and I'm kind of disappointed. Can you toss coins at the peasants? Man. Imagine if you could, like, if it was like a Dungeon Keeper thing where you could throw coins at them, and like if they got them, their morale would go up or something. That's not a thing, but no, I'm pretty sure it's literally just a camera view. It's not quite Banner Lord. I don't know if that's planned. It might be. I haven't paid too much attention to the long-term development of this game. The game saved and that puddle disappeared. Oh wait, never mind. There's still a puddle there. Okay. Can I? Okay. Come here, man. Oh, I wanted to walk through the lady. Can I walk through the house? Okay. Well, that at the very least gives me a wall. Can I walk through the construction site? Excellent. Perfect. Excuse me, sir. Coming through, ye. All right. Enough of that. What's this? Almost will move into a plot. If approval is high enough, it might attract new families too. However, families need more than just space, and just space to be happy. Click the building to see their residential requirements. They need water access. They need a church, fuel supply, food stall supply, clothing stall supply. Okay, so we need to make a market basically. Oh, water access. That's the next thing I can do. Let's just. I always hit B to try and open up build screens, but I blame Years of Dwarf Fortress for that. So this is an area with water. Is there water up here? There is. I think water right here is good. Water down here could also be good. We'll go like right there. Okay, stuff's in there. Food is in there. Got a family assigned to this. Okay, so families are in fact moving in, and this one's about to be done. Obviously got 2 more under construction. In the background here, we're up to 15 timber. Unassigned families needed for work plot. Well, let's drop one down from timber because we seem to be doing okay. Let's get that done. Let's unassign you for right now. Unassign you for right now. Let's get these done. Get the housing done. And these middle-aged peasants have hell of a good ground radar penetrating tech. It's the aliens, okay? I mean, ancient alien theorists believe that in order to find wells, early humans had very empty houses. You can peer inside the house. Wow, that's actually kind of impressive. And stone benches. Naturally. Yeah, okay, naturally. The king does as he pleases, including phasing through his citizens. But yeah, this is, you know, so far my impressions of this is it's exactly like the demo, except it runs a lot better. The demo, admittedly, when I played the demo last, I didn't have the CPU I have now. I did have the graphics card. It ran like ass on my PC, even on the lowest possible settings. So, like, that's a really good sign. And I'm running with everything maxed out right now. So everything in the game is maxed out, and it's running pretty great, actually. 2 seconds, chat room. I'm going to give you guys a pretty little viewpoint right here. Hopefully nothing horrific happens. I'm going to go top off my coffee, because I got more coffee in the pot, and my coffee cup's almost done.
Sandwich!
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Kobold? Why are you kobolding? Kobolding me.
Cheese for
Try walking into the house in first person? Oh, interesting. It's nice that you reappear where you left. Excuse me, I'm coming into your living quarters, people. Wait. Okay, so whoever designed this house, if that's the front door, they have to be from, like, Montreal, because that is almost a Montreal, Quebec level of steps. Okay, this is either a really small hut or I am extremely tall. It's probably just a small hut. Oh, hey, there is a run button. Excuse me! Coming through!
Hey, where are the pegs?
So, I guess I can only walk into the houses while they're constructing them. Okay, so there's an invisible wall here. Can I stand inside of the house while they finish it? I'm waiting for a door to appear, and then I'm going to run into it and hope that I can stand inside while they're completing it. Yeah, I was thinking that. Honestly, it's probably the same tech. I mean, what engine does Helldivers 2 run on? Is it Unreal? Because I'm pretty sure this is Unreal, is it not? Because this really feels like Unreal Cave Tech. Or Cave Tech? Cape Tech. 2v4? I'd be willing to bet actual money that it is the same cape. Because it just moves like Unreal Capes. I do in fact exist. Continually. Continuously. It's probably the same cape. Yeah. I mean, okay, so this is the only direction I'm going to run as the Lord from here on out, is backwards, because this is a very funny animation to me. So I am doing the correct Lord thing, and running backwards through oxen without tripping. Whoa. Okay, I thought that was a missing asset. It's not, but it's like a ventilation hole. Where'd you all go? Construct faster!
Hey, you! No
Okay,
sticking-
so I'm not gonna lie. This guy shouldn't have any mechanical ability to interact with anything ever. However, I need like 200 emotes for this man. I want to be able to sit here and just like point and curse. Like if I could just sit here and point, I don't need any actual mechanical difference. I just want to be able to point and swear at people.
A blind
And
man
this
will
is the greatest game ever made.
perhaps a blind fool.
Especially if they verbally respond. I just want to be a bad boss. Like, just let me be an evil lord with a fancy cape pointing and going, work faster! Grovel at my legs! Stuff like that. Polish my shoes! Bring me alcohol! And
Forget
some
to brace the
stuff
frame
like
of
that.
the door. We don't want it to sag.
We don't want the door to sag, which is why you should stop sagging. Yeah, okay, so you can't walk into the houses. Well, that's a shame. Anyway. How's the combat so far? Yeah, we've seen much combat. Definitely. I haven't been streaming long enough to see any combat yet. Apparently you get attacked in year 2, and I have 13 people living here. So, yes, very much combat has been had. Let's make some more houses real quick. How much weight am I at? Okay, well, I guess I'll find out in a sec. I want to just put 2 right there. That'll get everybody housed. So after this, they'll go start working on this. Oh, we'll just put that on high. These are what? These are what? Medium. Yep. This genuinely looks like a village. It's getting there. We need a market first, because then you can find them at the market. Because we're talking about free market. Oh shit! Upgrade to a worker camp. I don't know what that does, but to get more population, you have to have empty houses. Got it. And your approval needs to be above, be over 50%. Well, our approval rating right now is 45, which is almost 50%, right? Like that's close. It's comparable. Wait, does it actually say Ned? You're not wrong. That is a typo. To the person who said they were reporting a bug earlier, could you go tell them that they typoed needs? Approval Neds. Okay, so my headcanon now is every single... These are not peasants. These are not citizens. They're Neds, right? They're all Neds. So the Neds need to have an approval over 50%. The Ned's approval needs... It makes sense to me. I mean, yeah, you are correct. Hold on. Well, okay, it doesn't say Ned anywhere there. Fucking Ned. Let's look at all these Neds. Look at Ned Heinz, who's gonna go start a very successful ketchup company, and Ned Friedland, and Ned Christina. Okily dokily. As we're building a well down here, you know. So is this within range of water? It just needs a well constructed in the region, which means you should have water access now. There you go. See, they got water access. Okay, well, that's next. Get to it. Get to it, you lazy bungalows. Okay. Well, you supposedly don't have water access yet. You do. You do. You don't? Oh, okay, so then these buttons are upgrades. I can let them build a vegetable garden, a chicken coop. That's interesting. Extensions add extra production functionality to the residential buildings. How many Z levels can we go down? That's the most my chat question ever. Also, are you serious? What's up, dude? And YouTube chat, I hope you guys are doing well over there. We're just in a Twitch ad break, so I'm just pausing the game. Actually going to check something right quick. And manage to minimize YouTube chat, so now I can't, or Twitch chat, so now I can't see it. I'm good at my job. There we go. Now I can see Twitch chat again. But this is my reminder to the YouTube folks. Click that like button. For a bill to pass in the Ned Parliament, you need Nedlement. If you will, over 50% of Neds must approve. Yes, this is true. You didn't even ask them for one. They're very good about that. They're very good about that. Padinsky. Well, now you have something to do until Adventure Mode comes out. I could be wrong because I haven't noticed anything, but to anybody who's played a bunch of this or is very well acquainted with this game, Does building roads require resources, or do they just build instantly? Because they really seem to just build instantly. And it doesn't look like it requires any resources. So I'm either, like, very wrong, or they just build instantly. Yeah, no, I mean, it's kind of crazy, like, how far this game has come, right? Like, it is the most wishlisted game on Steam. Let's just get these houses done. Where in the UI does it tell me how many years we've been here? Maybe it's this in the middle here? Oh, interesting. Okay. Just got a new message. Strong militia is paramount to the survival of any settlement. Luckily, a shipment of weapons has just arrived. You'll be able to create your first militia banners to serve and protect your people. However, you will need more weapons to equip all of the people, as the settlement grows either by making them or importing them from other lands. Well, it wants me to level these up, so let's do, I don't know, one of chicken and one of veggies. I really like how it changes the backyards. Seems a little dark. Chat, is the game dark on your guys' end? Yeah, no, absolutely. That's something that, like, more modern city builders have been doing. Like, ever since, like, I think Banished was the first time I really saw that in a lower end game. It's definitely dark. Okay, let's see if I can turn up the gamma a little bit here. Actually, I do actually have DLSS. Like, or rather, I have a 3070, so I should be able to run DLSS. There doesn't seem to be any, like, brightening options. I mean, there's the cosmetic day-night cycle. Well, I mean, oh, actually, okay. We'll just turn that off. I don't really need a cosmetic day-night cycle. Because I'd rather you guys be able to see what's going on. All right. We've got 2 more houses that need done. That one. $10 stone, 10 tools, 10 wooden parts. So everybody should be housed. Yes. So there's now no more homelessness. Should be good. So everybody should be housed now. Yay, approval's going up. Let's look at that. Generic storage is full. Well, no, it's not. Can I clear these? Because it certainly is not full. Neither is the granary. Maybe it's because I don't have anybody working on these. Is it you? Oh, okay. But that's not even your generic storage. I'm confused by that. Okay, well. Fine, then. We're doing up here. We've got one assigned. Your generic storage isn't... I don't know. Okay, well, the aesthetic day-night cycle's off now, but... that wouldn't be in controls. All audio. I love all the audio settings, though. I will say this game, unlike Dwarf Fortress, is making the fans on my computer go brr. Like, high speed. It's just worded weirdly. Well, I mean, this popped up because you start off with a tiny little stockpile, right? And this popped up when that stockpile got full, which was almost immediate. And it hasn't gone away, even though I've built a storehouse, which isn't full. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe, oh, actually, you know what it might be? Because it just disappeared. Maybe that was the delivery of weapons that we just got. Because we just got spears and large shields. Spears and large shields delivered. Ooh, cosmetics. Like shrines. Like, erase shrubbery? Why would I want to do that? There's no time I would ever want to erase shrubbery. So before I do anything else, let's say... maybe farming? Plotting the fields. Fields in Manor Lords need to be very large to be effective, but also take a long time to grow by hand. For a starting village, try a field size about 1 Morgan. Morgan? So, my neighbor's cat's named Morgan. He's a pretty large cat. Later, if you want a region to focus on farming, you can consider spreading the development point to unlock a heavy plow, which allows plowing much bigger fields more efficiently, utilizing oxen. Okay, so we should stay away from farming for right now, I think. I think we should do marketplace, because that seems to be what the people need. Set max FPS lower. Oh yeah, actually, I probably should just set FPS to 60 because my monitor can't even go above that. All right. I mean, my computer's fine. It's just, it's got a loud fan in it. One of the fans is just kind of loud. It doesn't really bother me. Reminds me that it's alive. Okay. So marketplace. I feel like this would be a good spot for the market, you know? Something like this. You know? Looks like a cutesy little market. Still have 2 homeless people. No, we don't. What? It's telling me I do because they haven't moved in, but I have enough housing. Because, we've got 5 families, 1 family per house. So just because they haven't moved in yet doesn't mean that it's not, they're homeless. Means they haven't claimed it yet, I would assume. Supply and demand. A well-supplied market is the lifeblood of your town. Assigned families set up stalls, interesting, automatically as long as there is enough space in the market. However, specific categories, hover over specific categories to check your current supply and demand. Burgage. I'm going to call them house plots, okay? House plots closest to the market get market requirements filled fast. Yeah, I don't think, because stuff has to physically move in this game, the gist that I get is just because you build something doesn't mean it's going to get satisfied immediately. So, like, this house isn't done because there's no unassigned families right now, right? Okay, how are we doing on logging? Okay, we got plenty of timber. We're just going to unassign you. So, like, they're unassigned because they haven't claimed the houses yet. Like, it doesn't state on the house who's claimed what. Okay, you 1 of 1, you 1 of 1, you 0. Yeah, they just haven't claimed the houses yet. So we just need to wait for them to take their houses. It even says what they're doing, right? So, yeah, no, we do have enough housing. They just need to claim them. I really wish the game was brighter. That's so far as, like, my biggest annoyance. I love, look at the wiggly trees. I don't think I can, like, force assign people to houses. Very gray. Yeah. Like, during the day, it's so vibrant and pretty looking, but the rest of the time, it just looks like Great Britain. Like, right now. This is also perplexing to me. This creates this storage thing that keeps popping up. Wait, actually, hold on a second. Reassign to a different workplace, show workplace. Okay, so they're literally working on building these houses. It's not like they don't know that they exist. Does anybody know what I have to do? Is there a way to force assign stuff to these? Also, we have stalls set up already. Look at these. We've got a firewood stall and a food stall. So maybe it's one of these, like, they just need to walk past the thing to claim it. I'm sure there's like some sort of reasoning there. I'll probably run a road back here at some point behind this. Get more housing. Do you want me to turn the sound up, Diamond? Hold on. Let me know how that is. Sure, we'll get it to a point where it's good at some point. Yeah, it's probably that. Like, it's definitely like, it's a very physical game. Stuff takes time to move from space to space. Like right now, like these people are literally going from the granary to over here to the point where, like, I kind of want to relocate the granary now. That or build a new granary and, like, plop it over here instead. Like, I already want to reorganize this. Like, why don't we do that? Let's go. Oh, that takes 10 stone. Actually, hold on. I mean, what we really should do at this point, I think, is just wait. Wait until the number of families go up. So currently, I can accommodate 11 families, and we have 5. So, yeah, we're good on housing, at the very least. Food variety. 3 houses are satisfied. This one still doesn't have anybody living in it, right? Yeah. Yeah, so maybe we demolish this. Demolish this. And I pause the game, and we go over here. And we go to storage. We go granary. Granary by the market. Storehouse by the market. Yeah, so you do get stuff back when you break it. So when you destroy stuff, you get the materials back, so that's good. Let's get the people over here to build the stuff. Cheers, Epics. Yeah, it's been around for a bit on Twitch. It's just new to my channel. Yeah, no, the music, the aesthetic and visuals of this game is really nice. I just really wish that visually it was less gray, because it rains a lot. I mean, maybe it's just the region we're in. I don't know. Number of months before supplies run out. Oh, we're gonna run out of fuel. I need to make a not a saw pit. The other one. Woodcutter's Lodge. Yeah, I need to make one of these. Pop you right there. And just set you down one, because I want the storage stuff done first. Actually get the granary done first. Like this, you know, this is what this is going to be a very me thing, but video game graphics are very good now, right? Sort of like what Stromako Penguin just said in Twitch chat, you know, geez, it looks like a satellite photo. Video games look really good right now. This is the kind of thing I want people to be making really good video games looking like, you know, like something that actually isn't using that many assets, but with filters and additions, you can make really, really, really beautiful scenes. Like here, I'll get my ugly ass mug out of here so you guys can see. But like, you can make some really beautiful stuff. And I really like the fact that there are developers making games like this that just look gorgeous in this kind of way. Same like stuff like Hunter Call of the Wild, where it's just beautiful landscapes. But, you know, there's a lot of developers out there just making really, really realistic, gratuitous combat. And that's just such not my thing. It's like, I'm just really happy that we live in a world now where we can have these beautiful landscapes rendered that just look gorgeous, you know? Early access to Manor Lords comes out on the 26th. Yeah, so this is basically like, congratulations, your marketing push to buy the video game. And yes, I'm participating. It's very rare that I participate in unreleased early access games for press. It has to be a game that I'm interested in. So, yeah, no, like look at this. This is gorgeous. And just like BC Canada or Great Britain, when it's a sunny day, it's gorgeous. The rest of the time, it's gray and ugly. All right, so stuff's being moved over to the pantry. General storage, too. We need somebody to be working there. All right, let's speed up time and get this constructed. We've removed the family from the saw pit. I'm going to move the family over to the woodcutter's lodge so that we can extend the amount of fuel that we have, because we've got plenty of food. We just don't have plenty of food. What? The male villagers will be evenly distributed between all militia units. When they try to find the required equipment, the weapon and shield depend on the unit type, while the maximum quantity of body armor and helmet depends on the villages. After bringing all the necessary equipment home, the new unit recruits will be marked as ready to rally. Only then will you be able to rally your unit. Equipment missing. Oh, I see. Spearmen. Because that's what I have. You can also hire mercenaries, but that costs money, which I don't have. How many bandits are here? 1, 2, 3. Well, they appear to have large sticks. Oh, okay. Well, large sticks with spikes. Mostly just clubs. Okay. Why are you so tall, sir? All right, well, I'll sort that out. I wonder if this is the sort of thing where you kind of have to deal with the first time you get your stuff stolen. Let's see if I can see them when I zoom out up here. Or if they're like in a neighboring area. I don't. Interesting. I should also plop down a berry deposit. Maybe swap the family from hunting to berries. These. Put her up here or something, maybe? Or maybe up here. Could also just build a road over to here. Well, I mean, I got 10 units, which claim that recruits are missing. But, says that we have 10 of 36, but it's not. Oops. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too sure. We'll have to figure that out as we go. But still, we're trying to get food put away and whatnot, so. Although I will say the shields are no longer in here. Because they are over here right now. Yeah, so right now the majority of stuff is just like moving supplies to here, basically. Well, not to there, but to there. These two. Forager hut. Let's put a family on the forager hut. Start getting that kind of food rolling. We have 3 months of firewood now, so that's good. This was enough for you to wish list it? Yeah, no, this just seems like a really solid thing from what I've seen. Everything about it just seems really solid. I'm very intrigued by the farming stuff, too. How much will Manor Lords cost? That is a good question. I don't know. Chat room, can you guys do some digging for me and figure out how much this is going to cost when it releases? I'm sure it's been announced somewhere. I kind of just assumed it would be around the $30 mark, but I don't actually know now that the question pops up. 30 to 40, something like that. Yeah, like that's kind of where it feels to me. Which means it's probably $45 in Canada. I would say comparable to RimWorld or Dwarfort. Needs ale to function. Naturally, the tavern needs ale to function. What do you guys need? Clothing stall supply. Fresh meat here. We're selling fresh meat here, says the guy. Trade. Why does the why does the trading button make it lag? It's actually the game's just saving. Trading post enables trading with traveling merchants and trade posts, and trading posts in other regions. Regional wealth is the currency used for trade. When employed, one family member travels to the nearest possible destination to contact trade, while other family members help manage the inventory if needed, and assigned families will automatically set up stalls in the workplace. Yeah, I don't know. Is this supposed to be in Europe? I would assume Europe. Also need to turn on the logging camp again. What are we doing for months of fuel? Okay. Woodcutter, let's turn you off. Because we have a shiz ton of planks. We're okay for planks right now. Okay, so it's just the militia squad. Is there any like buildings I need to make for a militia? Manor, this is like the win game thing. Weaver workshop. Workers use wool. Okay, hold on. Let's go back to farming. They use flour to produce bread. Provides pasture space for livestock. Farmhouse is used to employ families on the field. Okay. Wait. Sheep farm. Okay, so sheep must first be imported via the livestock trader. Is that under trading? Okay. I think we should try and import some sheep. They really are gatekeeping the growth. I mean, I've made them enough houses. I'm not sure what I need to do to, like, a bunch of the requirements are met. They're just, actually, hold on a second. Can I? I'm going to be a big meanie, chat. So these people seem to really like being homeless in this worker camp. I'm going to demolish the worker camp. Go find houses, you doofus. Ah, I did it. Suddenly no longer homeless. I destroyed the tents, so they took the houses. Excellent. But yeah, we are in fact at 50% Ned approval. They really like the market food variety. We destroyed the hobo shack and they immediately move into the much nicer houses. God, why is the game so great? But free rent? I don't think they have to pay for rent. I think they just have to work for the house. Or work in the house. Or around the house, rather, right? It's like... Stocks damaged by weather. That's not my fault! My growth was limited by their ability to move in, and I had to remove where they were living so that they could move in. Let's also make a livestock trading post. And that old place where those people lived is going to become a field, probably. Thinking livestock field right here, maybe? Move the logging camp. Relocate. Move the logging camp up to here. Now, I wonder if jobs stay assigned to the logging camp when I relocate it. Wow. Turns out, Is it bad that I've already forgotten where they make where they make firewood? It's like, is it a saw pit or the woodcutter? This is one of the, I can't remember what game it was, but I played another town builder at one point that straight up just had like firewood shack. I realize it's nowhere. Okay, so going forward, Renee, literally every single guy that we name for the Lord is going to be named Ned. Connection of the video is unstable, and you're guessing it's because power cut? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, it's not on my end, that's for sure. Sophie's playtime. My playtime is too low for me to give Sophie an answer to that question. I hope so. That's what I'll say. I love how there's still, like... Okay, well, they're very happy with the food variety, actually. What is the food variety? You got meat, berries, bread, and an egg. An eggs. 1 unit of eggs. Disconnected. What? Game was telling me something was disconnected, but... Suppose not. Alright, well, let's slow down time a little bit. Okay, so it's just 5 logs there. The hitching post can absolutely move. Put you up there. And then this is going to become a livestock pasture. And we'll do more housing along this way. Although I have a feeling because there is that smells overlay. Bet that livestock smells. Ingle Bell's livestock smells. A chicken laid an egg. Okay, so you... Farming. Farm. Which we can build, even though I can't actually do anything with it just yet. Okay. Well, you're probably not letting me build because of this stuff, so we'll do that after this building's built. Currently, we're finishing this, so let's finish that first. Currently, I'm going for... I want to go for sheep once this livestock trading post is done. And the reason I want to go for sheep is because I want to be able to make linen and clothing. As far as, like, ox, well, we've currently got this hunting over here, so I'm not too concerned about leather. That being said, I should make a tanner, which I did see in the thingy. So possibly a tanner would be next, because that would be under industry, right? But currently, I don't have enough families, like... Okay, we've gained a we do have a 6th family now, so... Which means I'm gonna need to make more houses soon, probably. But, yeah, we can make a tannery, because, I mean, I probably have leather, right? Also in an ad break, so... Okay, so these are unassigned families. I'm figuring this UI out. 4 assigned families, 2 unassigned. Really wish it would show me this stuff when I have this menu open, but... Okay, so we have 20 hides. So yeah, I need to make leather. Yeah, I mean, I that's what I've been reading. Seems to be pretty... I mean, it would be yarn, right? Wool into yarn, probably. Whereas it would be leather into hide, or, yeah, hides into leather, not leather into hides. Okay. Flax into linen, yes. And I turned on this overlay, and I don't know what this overlay means, but the green areas for making flax pretty far away from where I'm building right now, so I kind of want to try and do just like livestock first. But that's also just the way I often end up playing games like this. Although there's a nice big rye patch there. Yeah, so here's the thing, right? Just be cautious with the backseating. If it's just all of the suggestions, what that makes me feel like is it makes me feel like you just want me to play the game the way you would play it, which is fantastic, but you can play the game on the 26th. For right now, let's just go along with what streamer's doing, and if streamer asks direct questions, feel free to answer. The easiest for me. Oh, shit, hold on. Imagine you have five planks and place a building that costs 5 planks to build. Your stock remains 5, but your surplus becomes 0. Okay. Yeah, we want the default, not the surplus. Yeah, I know the bandits yoinked the tools. Yeah, because we need a clothing stall supply, right? So, let's go to the livestock training post and assign a family. So I've got one singular unassigned family right now, which is fine because we can get them to work on the sheep farm. They'll have timber. Oops. Is there anybody assigned to the timber? No. Okay, so let's get you working on timber. Everybody's employed. Nothing really needs to be worked on right now, so we can just kind of let the game run a little bit. This game is very serene. I can't wait to cover this beautiful green field in blood. And also, for those of you who are wondering, there's an option in the main menu to just, like, build a big city without combat. You want to just build a big city. You know, it's kind of funny. Like, I'm trying to remember the name of it. What was the name of the city builder that the Grim Dawn people made? I played like 40 hours of it in 3 days and forgot about it. Well, we haven't had to make it yet as a matter of corpse. Farthest Frontier. Yeah, that was it. Farthest Frontier had combat in it by default, which I almost immediately disabled. And chat was, like, making fun of me for being a baby or whatever. But, like, the combat in that game was the most unfun bullshit that I've seen in a video game. So it's, like, it really depends on the city builder. And I'm really hoping that this is one where I'm going to be like, yeah, let's get into this combat. It's, like, same with, like, Songs of Six. It's, like, I really want to like the combat of Songs of Six. What, like the demo? Zentny, or are you in a in the like closed testing? Oh, I'm sure they have, Moroccan. I'm sure they have. I'm absolutely positive they have. But my experience of that game back when it first released was this combat is terrible. I don't want anything to do with this. Farthest, hard to remember name. Yeah. Songs of Six is top down. Yeah, Songs of Six is like flat top down. Very old school pixel art look. Songs of Six is incredible, by the way, and you should go play that video game. That is a game that I will stream a shit ton of when it releases. I've been kind of just waiting for it to hit 1.0. People keep asking me to play it, but I'm like, I played like almost like over 100 hours of it in early access, so I'm just gonna wait. And as a reminder to people watching the stream right now, I am streaming on 2 platforms. We're streaming on Twitch and YouTube, so if YouTube's better for you, you can use that. If Twitch is better for you, I prefer you use that because that's where I really read the chat. I don't really read the chat on YouTube. I do glance over there occasionally. But if you are watching on Twitch and you want to help the YouTube chat out, if you could pop up both, that'd be rad. Or, like, you know, just go over there and leave a like. Links are in the description of the stream. It's pretty easy to find. People suffering from disease may stop working. Oh, great! Access to herbs may speed up their recovery. A varied diet will increase disease resistance. So does that mean that somebody actively has a disease, or are you simply warning me about the existence of disease, video game? Is there like a herb collector? YouTube reminded you that I stream because you haven't been on Twitch in forever? Well, welcome back. I mean, we're going to be busy next week. I'm kind of taking it easy this week, to be honest. Kind of want to just plop down a church, but holy crap, that's a large building. Church obviously has to go up on very high point of hill. Like, I realize this would require a lot of demolishing trees, but like... I love how I managed to open up the help thing, and the first thing that pops up is corpse pit, bitch. That's like, where's your corpse pit? Anyway. Yeah, so how do I acquire herbs, then? My game's yelling at me that I should acquire herbs, but... Crops. The logical crops. Wheat, flax, barley, rye, and dung. I know it's probably to be turned into fertilizer, but like, that's just very funny. You know, the normal crops, the thing that everybody harvests. Right? Definitely. Yeah, I don't see anything about herbs anywhere. Is it Gathering Hut? But like... Okay, hold on. So there's a forager's hut. Where's this supposed gathering hut you speak of? Logging camp, woodcutters, saw pit, foresters, charcoal kiln, hunting camp, forager hut. That gathers berries. So where is this gathering hut? I'm definitely just missing it. meant forager's hut. But it collects berries. Hold on, is this like an advanced setting thing? Well, I mean, it's... Oh, I see. I need money. Okay. That is, like, extremely well hidden. Okay, I get it. Why is that so well hidden? Like, you'd think that... Like, see, because this says, like, meat and, like, hides, right? This should... in my opinion, should say could be upgraded or whatever to also gather this thing. Because, like, zooming out, it's probably something that I need from the overworld, right? Because I don't have a herbs deposit on this map. Yeah, that's... Okay, thanks for pointing that out, but geez. That would have taken me a really long time to find, if I'm being honest. Okay, how are we doing on food? Okay, we got a good amount of berries. Let's actually pause berry collection and go build that place for livestock. Import one of this, but I have no treasury. Your personal treasury is usually collected by taxes, applying for componency, hiring our retune and mercenaries. Okay, and settling. Okay, so I need to tax people. I would like to import sheep. That's probably another building I need to build, right? Residents of you and your retune. Well, okay. What do I need for this? I don't know what that resource is. That clay?
Bring this in, move that there.
Not iron. You know, I always complain about Banish's big-ass ugly window that you can just click and open up and drag around the screen. It might be iron. But man, I really wish that I could just open up like a stockpile screen, and if that exists, I haven't found it yet. There you go, Jezza. What's up, dude? Is that stone? Okay, well, that is one of the next things we need to do. We do have this rich stone deposit, so. Stone, you're rich, and we have a big deposit of you. I know that your internet not great today, but. Not gonna lie, whenever the game saves, it hitches ever so slightly in a way that makes me feel like the game's about to crash. Because I got a lot of crashing on that Next Fest demo from a while back. And whenever I go to build something, it's like, delete that one. You know, we should keep a counter for the number of times people say that or make that joke. Bad bug. Oh, also, I just figured out what month it is. It's August, apparently. Summer year 1. It's going to be a long walk for them. Can't be that long, though. New mercenary companies available. Well, that's good, I assume. I can't afford them. Honestly, right now, the thing that I'm working towards right now is taxes. Wealth damage. You can take damage to your wealth in this game. Like, everything here seems pretty straightforward. Like, I'm not too worried about just about anything in this. So how are my Neds doing? Well, the approval rating of Ned has gone up to 53. Although I have a feeling we're going to start having issues with homelessness again in a moment. We're currently building our first Ned Stonecutter camp. Well, I mean, I'm a member of my building's government, so we're halfway there, right? Neds. This is obviously canon because the game stated that we need Ned morale to go up. No, Ned morale needs to go up in order to increase the size of our population. Yes. So we are Neds, naturally. Why does it say to homelessness? So that's previous. So it's like, it's the recent thoughts is market food variety good. Old thoughts is market food variety +5. Old thoughts, previous things from before was -2 homelessness. So the reason it's not higher is because they are like remembering that, I assume. Okay, here come other loggy. That's good. I think my favorite part of this so far, just the aesthetic, is the town market that slowly builds up. I can't wait until this thing's full. That's what I'm looking forward to. That's when I will say this game is recommended and you should buy it. Is when that is full. Remember you didn't house us? I didn't house you fast enough. I mean, I literally had to delete the worker camp that the game started off with to get them to claim housing. Like they liked roughing it, man. Like what can I say? So I got 1 development point. Beekeeping, trapping, orchards, sheep breeding. We can become Scottish. That was mean. Heavy plow. Foreign supplies. We can make firewood carts. Trade logistics. Basic armor making. I kind of want to just go with sheep breeding, actually. I need sheep still, though. So that doesn't really help me much. Get to it, laddies. Build the thing. Yay, they built the thing. Okay. So now that they built the thing, somebody unfortunate enough gets to have a very long commute of like 400 meters. Oh, Wow. So I just saw something walk by and it went, So it is doing some like long distance rendering stuff. Yeah, this ox was like teleporting. You adore raining in general. Are you from the desert? Because people who live where it rains a lot generally don't enjoy the raining. But yeah, no, I agree. I mean, it was raining last night while I was sleeping. It was lovely. Okay, so I need how much to build that? To build the manor? Mahus! Need 15. All right, well. So we have 20 timber. Bonk. Let's remove them. Go smack stone with big pickaxe or something. But yeah, I don't know. To me, like the gist that I'm getting of this game is that it's very much a vibes game. Very, very much a vibes game. And I'm totally okay with it just being a big vibes game. Actually, hold on a second. I'm curious about something because I've got a family assigned to this. Could I assign somebody to this and say materials maybe? I can just sell some of my planks. We are now selling planks. I think. So we need to see what happens at the trading post. So that'll hopefully give us the funds to be able to purchase some sheep. Yes, we are bringing memes that died a long time ago for good reason back. The great human earth tradition of planking. Okay, well they gathered that very quickly. So let's lower one family down off of this. Slow down speed. Now chat room. Okay, so like north, south, east, west. Where do I put my house? I know it's my house, but like where do you put my house? Where would you put my house? The manor that the Lord lives in. On top of the hill? We don't? Okay. So like up here? So like this kind of maybe whoop, wow, okay. Game please. I think that's my mouse being shit actually. So like in this field? You know, I agree, Telenartho, yeah. Far from the corpse pit, naturally, and far away from the smelly livestock. Other side of the market, like down here? That's like down the hill though. So I'm thinking, let's go like right here. There we go. I'm kind of amazed how quickly you can harvest a bunch of resources, actually. Close to the raiders, naturally. So the guy in charge dies quickly. Welcome to the Castle Planner. Okay. This is a work in progress feature, like everything in this game. Here you can edit the layout of your castle and plan the construction of new wings and powers. When you press commit, the old layout will disappear and the new one will be constructed. For now, the cost is also fixed. Walls and gates, outer tower, garrison tower, increases maximum tune size by 12. Cosmetic only under rework. The tax office is cosmetic only? What? Oh, wow. How am I supposed to charge taxes then? Yeah, this is very Oh, what's the name? This is very Foundation feeling. How am I supposed to give everybody free healthcare? Sounds like a 1.0 feature. Yeah, probably. Transporting firewood. Got one unassigned family. We are in the pro... Oh shit, I can follow the merchant? Oh man. Excellent.
Rain or snow still work.
He's drifting. Deja vu. I have been in this place before. Not gonna lie, it's literally 90 bits and you can do that. Can I... Come back, sir! I must... Okay, fine. There we go. Running in the night. Yes, exactly. Health is not invented yet? I disagree. People with lots of money in this time period, very healthy. Everybody else,
There's a head
optional.
kind of maybe screaming all the time.
Optional. Yeah, honestly, this is the only thing that's coming out this year that I'm as excited for as Adventure Mode. I'm not gonna lie. I really just want like a good 4 months of just playing Dwarf Fortress in Adventure Mode and just chilling playing this. So here's hoping it lives up to that, because I wanted like a super, not necessarily chill, but like compelling city builder-ish game. And, well, let's just say City Skylines didn't live up to my hopes and dreams. If anything, it like stepped on them, and not in a fun way. So, while this laddie's going on a road trip, what else can I do? Approval's going up. Let's click on houses, see what they need. They still need their clothing stall. Well, we're working on that. They also need a church. Okay, so where do church put? After this. So this thing get buildy. Once this thing buildy, then we build church. We can build church. How's my storehouse? So using 5 logs and 5 planks, and 10 planks, I can increase this. That's a huge increase. From 250 to 2,500? That's quite the improvement. What about you? Yeah, same. Okay. But we don't have actually that much food, so we're fine for right now. Got 10 months of foods in the storages currently, and 7 months of firewood. Nobody homeless right now. We do have enough living space for 8 families, and we have, you know, I like how the happier people are, the more they bang. It's like, you get more babies when people are happy. Well, yeah, that's how that works, I suppose. Oh, no, I'm well aware. Everything I'm saying here, Duck Astaroth, is sarcasm. I'm well aware that people were very unhealthy. Like, that's just kind of a given. So I just saw a money thing move up. So... amount of planks we have has dropped.
Whoa, this is heavier than it looks.
Okay, this is heavier than books. I'm also realizing now why we were seeing, like, storage full. It's because a specific building storage was full. So I can just take people off that for right now, I think. Okay, saw pit. That's where we're getting our exports. And I can do this once that building is full, so... No, I know, Byung, but like this is just my big hope, right? Is just I want a game that lets me do that. Let's also take you off of that, because how much stone am I up to now? 63. Yeah, we got plenty of stone. I bet you I can make that stone into bricks and then sell that too. I'm gonna move them up to here. And actually maybe increase this to pause this. Resource stolen by those goddamn bandits. One thing at a time. Damn, Smithy, that's a lot of tickets. Holy shit. Did you just, was that an all-in? How much did you go for? Yes, game, I'm aware that there is an unassigned construction work. That's fine. I need to have planks, as well as timber. Actually, I could just unassign the trader right now, but you're probably in the middle of trading. Okay, no, you're not then. We'll finish this. This is interesting, because like I'm seeing the money go up here. At the trading post. But I don't actually have that money just yet. But what point can I be like, yo, sell me sheep? There's 2 treasuries, one on the right and one on the left. I mean, there's royal tax and there's this. Oh, and then there, okay, I see, regional wealth. I gotcha. So for anybody who is new here, do look at my username because it is true. I see like shit. My eyes are terrible, so if I miss stuff that's very obvious, I'm sorry. All right, well, let's buy them sheep then. How are we doing on the planks? 25? Yeah, stop doing that. Good work on that. Agent number 1, thanks for the raid. What's up, dude? How's your stream? What are we up to? Yep, this game has 2 million wish lists, which is, for reference, Dwarf Fortress had like 980,000, like just over 1 million by the time it launched or something. So this is like a very anticipated game, actually. Gotcha. Super hyped for DF next week? Yeah, me too. How am I doing? Personally or like stream-wise? Well, stream-wise, great. Like, no complaints. Things have been awesome. Personally, I'm fucking exhausted. Shit's been busy over here in these parts. A lot of real-life volunteer stuff that's been busy. Good. Like, putting a hand down. Good busy, but still very busy, so I'm tired. It's been a long couple of weeks. We just got hit by an ad break, so I'm just gonna pause the game entirely for a second. But glad you got hooked into the same kind of feeds. And chat room, go give agent number 1 a follow. Took part in the Dwarf Fortress Hot Potato last year, or rather the Rimworld Hot Potato last year. Can't remember which one. They run together in my brain. But you know, has done some stuff around these parts before. So definitely go give them a follow. Great production value over there. It's good busy. Yeah, no, it's like post-pandemic good busy. You know, trying to make my apartment building feel like a community is actually what I've been doing, and it's working already. Like, you know what's really funny is like I live in a condo building, right? And I volunteered for Strata, which is why I'm like so busy now. And we're trying to unfuck basically like 7 years of neglect in my apartment building. And what's amazing is just like talking to people who have like worked around the building before. It's like, oh yeah, no one's gonna be interested in helping. Like we're basically on our own here. Within like 4 days of us starting to clean the building, we have like phone numbers of multiple people that are just like, yeah, let us know on a weekend and we'll help clean. It's like, wow, people in the building just want the building they live in to be nicer? Weird. Which is just like the funniest fucking thing to me in the world. It's just like, oh yeah, no, the unit, this unit number is willing to help. This unit number is willing to help. It's weird how that works. It's almost like if you just ask people. What, did you go to wishlist it and you realized you've already... Oh, you went to follow agent number 1 you already have? There you go. It works for me. They really like their food variety. Like, that's what's giving us most of our positives here. It's just literally eggs, berries, meat, and some bread. But I don't have the ability to make more bread. All right, well, I got to assign somebody else to storage again. I'm looking forward to when I actually have, like, a higher population. Because when I have a higher population, I'll be able to... Actually, hold on. Where is it? Where is it full? Full in the saw pit. Oh, I see. I'm looking forward to when I have a bigger population in this, so I can just, you know, have more bodies to get things done. Saw pit 1 is a bug. Ah, okay. Well, I mean, I'm assuming it's telling me this is full, right? But cool. Yeah, no, I understand how the bug works. It makes sense. It seems less like a bug and more of an oversight. But yeah, no, it makes sense. Church would help. Well, right now I'm building my house, and then I'll consider building God's house, okay? I think me, meaning Mr. Baldy, which, okay, major complaint is the fact that me, this guy, isn't bald in game and has a beard, whereas I don't... Where is this hair you're growing? Man hasn't shaved since he got his portrait done, I think. Totally, yes, definitely. It's all the toupee. He's in disguise. Not very undercover. I mean, look at him. Also, chat room, can somebody please make a very important mod for this game? I just want to run around with a Helldivers model. Like, can we make that happen? Someone just like...
Why do I have to carry this?
I mean, I don't need to squash bugs. I just want to walk around as the Helldivers model for this dude. Just like I want to be able to point and insult my stupid, dumb, uneducated, ugly, smelly serfs. Winter is approaching. Well, I've got food. I'm assuming that it's going to yell at me for not having any new clothing for the winter, yeah? We're still year 1. Seasonal resources are gone. Firewood consumption is doubled. Okay, well, hold on. Well, I got 9 months of firewood, so. Firewood consumption is doubled, and lack of firewood might cause freezing, and sheep shearing is forbidden. Well, how else am I going to shear all of my sheep then? You know, so many sheep that I have. Speaking of, I am going to try and import 2 sheep. Firewood is superior to regular wood because it is lit. You know, I can't argue with that. Can't lie. I think I'm actually going to pause my firewood production for a little bit. If we get low when winter actually hits, then I'll up it again. We're doing okay on it right now. We're doing okay on planks. Kind of just want the extra hands. We do still have the logging camp running, so. We're still at 6 families. I got space for 2 more families, so. And this house is just, you know, getting work done. I feel like we need more carts. Because they are literally transporting rocks up here by hand. Which is just kind of funny. Wait, they can't deliver stone in carts? Are you for real? I'm sitting here thinking like, oh, I just need to acquire more carts so they'll use them for stone. Obviously. Actually, hold on. I should look at how much mercenary companies are. Just curious. So I can hire local thugs, a small pack of local misfits and troublemakers. Hey guys, hey kids, 15 bucks. Go beat those guys up. Okay, the Wayland Sons. Okay, we should try this, I think. Sell some more planks and do that. So would that mean that Plangs are the kings? He'll suggest. Genuine question, Wicca. How long have you been like staring at this game's? Because whenever I stream a game that's like about to release or isn't out yet, there's always like somebody, a couple people usually who pop into the chat who are just like, I've been following this game for the last 15 years. But genuine curiosity, like, how long have you been following this game? After placing an order, a livestock merchant will come to your town and deliver the animal. Orders can be placed once a month. I guess that's to send out more. So I think trading has to be done through here. Hold on. Tiles, blocks. So yeah, once this sucker is done, we'll build the church. I can also go over to you. I mean, the next thing that we're gonna do is actually turn the hunting camp back on, I think. I like that you can set the limit for hunting too. That means you could like overhunt if times get tough. Policies unlocked, okay. Taxation, hey, that's what we like to see. Click on the taxes tab after selecting your manor to select levels of taxation. You can boost your treasury and influence and at the cost of making your population poorer. That's fine. Okay, so that reduces this. Oh, this is interesting. Percentage for surplus and food is given to the church in return for influence, and then that's just money collected from citizens. Interesting. Hold on a second. Let me just check this again, because I have a question. Just genuine question. Why are they not bothered by the church taking their food? But they're bothered by the guy in charge taking their money. Oh, is that why? Because I haven't built a church yet? Okay, that makes sense. I'll accept that. I just think it's really funny that, like, I click that, it's like, everybody mad! Whereas, like, church is like, meh. Typical Neds. But yeah, okay, if it does make them upset when the church is on, then that would make more sense. It's just, I think that's really funny. I get, like, weird humor out of games when it's just like, why this do this, but not this do that, you know? Very logical thoughts and very good quality wording. Okay. No population. Oh, hey, actually, we've gained another family.
Come on.
Which is good. Should build some more houses. Or queue up some more houses.
Meat so tender.
Could actually do them along there. But I think we'll... See. See if I can do like this comfortably. Ooh, we can. That could look nice. So what, 8 lumber it's gonna take? Autumn is the best month. Yeah, no, I remember that from the demo. Like it's so beautiful. Really makes me want to grow like flower fields or something, you know? And also I love the fact that like the trees grow back. Cause like we've chopped down a bunch of trees here, but like they are starting to grow back slowly. Like all that kind of stuff. Some of my favorite things about games. Okay, let's increase the priority on church because everybody does have housing right now. Like the current housing scale is fine.
Impossible.
Policies a bit. Oh, right, yeah, policies. Citizens skip every 5th meal. Well, that's not good. Wild animals on rich deposits breed twice as fast at the cost. Okay, so I'm just gonna state this out loud, and chat can confirm if I'm thinking about this correctly. I'm not farming anything right now. I should turn this on, right? Because we have a wild animal rich deposit. We're not farming. Who fucking cares if we only get 50% of the crops? Positive with no negative? I'll take it. Who complain about that? I mean, it hasn't really left. Well, I mean, actually, there is no meat on the menu right now. I do need to turn this on. But currently, everything is busy. 50% is 0-0. It's a shame that, like, it doesn't affect my enemies, right? Like, if like, the people who don't live here are just like, why are our crops so bad? It's be like, heh, it's because I enacted an ordinance. I am getting one over on the stupid enemies living wherever they live. I don't know. Where's my well? I need to check how close the... Should probably plop another well down, because, well, I guess that would make sense, right? Because right now my nearest well is like all the way the hell down here, which... Obviously the well right next to my house, right? A little bit lower priority, but we'll get her done. I mean, so far it's a lot of stuff that I saw in the demo, but it's like the demo except instead of being unpleasantly slow running, it runs well. So I would say that my opinions are still about the same as the demo, which is I'm still playing it.
Bursting with flavour and fit for a
Which means I'm not enjoying it. Okay, so we're currently trying to build the church. Because then family can know, all these families can learn what, you know, like how to feel horrific amounts of shame about the body that you've been given and how you should not enjoy the simple things in life ever. I like that you can pin things. And how you need to work in your terrible living conditions and live in your terrible living conditions for the entirety of your life. Because when you die, heaven won't suck. It's just, whenever I think about churches in this kind of setting, I always just think about that bit from Monty Python and the Holy Grail when where the guy's just like shoveling shit, or is it Life of Brian? I can't remember. It's one of the two. Where this dude's just like shoveling shit, and he's like, at least it'll be better when I'm dead. I can't remember what maybe it's Blackadder even. I can't remember, but it was like some comedy from that era. He's just sitting there shoveling poop, and he's like, well, it'll be better when I'm dead. It's just all I can think about when I play games like this. Was it a scene from The Office? Really? Okay, well, okay. Brain is like putting that in a thing. It's not Monty Python and the Holy Grail. It was one of those movies. I'm sure one of those is correct. That or it was like a sketch from something, but... Ooh, snow falling. So I may have to beg to differ. If the snow covers the trees and they look as nice as this individual tree right here, I may have to say winter is best season. So food's getting a little low, but... We talking about Blackadder? Shit out the window episode? So here's the thing. I have no actual recollection of watching Blackadder. I know I've seen some of Blackadder, but I know that when I saw Blackadder, I was too young to think about it as anything other than boring grown-up show. So if I am in fact talking about Blackadder, I don't actually have any real recollection of that. Why can't this man jump? You know, the thing that this game is missing is just like piles of writhing rats. Like, where's the viscera? And the expected death. And how long does it take to acquire some sheep, for the love of... I mean, we're not even selling stuff right now. Okay. Oh, actually, hold on. Nope. You're just transporting random crap. I should assign someone to the sheep farm. Do I have to do that in order for the sheep trader to work? I mean, I am where does it say I have sheep? If you tell me where it says I have sheep, then that'd help. Oh, okay, I see. That number went up. Wasn't obvious in the slightest. Okay, there's a lot of numbers that should be more obvious in this. I realize that I am a weird niche case, but like, Jesus fucking Christ, it's hard to see some things. Like, I would... loudly complain. That's what I would do. Like, did it say that sheep arrived? Winter is approaching, sure. Mercenary companies are available. Yeah, no, it does, like, there's no real indication that something has arrived. So, do you fight the bandits? So apparently you start getting attacked in year 2, or that's like after year 2, so like year 3 or whatever. We're in winter year 1. Have I attacked the bandits yet? No. Can I? Yes. Question mark. How many planks am I at right now? 4 planks. 8 timber. 53. Can I sell stone? Sorry, stone, but I'm going to sell you. Can't. Although, looks like... okay. Let's, stop that a little bit. Oh, I understand. Okay. Fine. So in that case, I need more people at the sawmill then. Actually, how many logs do I have currently? Timber? Okay. Well, I don't actually need you at the trading post right now, so just go work on the church, please. 2 sheep, just enough sheep. Yes, yes, yes. And this guy is just gonna stand here and watch the sheep. It's just kind of funny. You know, whenever a bird flies by the screen, it kind of startles me a little bit. Actually, the birds flying by proves that this is a fantasy game and not taking place in reality because birds aren't real. I think I also traded that the traded amount isn't clear. It's currently desired surplus. Yeah, no, exactly. Which means the desired surplus is the amount that you have in your inventory. So it's basically sell all excess. Yes. No, I figured that much out. It's not clear, but I get it. So it's like desired surplus would be like, okay, so when I have more than 10, I start selling. Is how I understand that. Unless I'm completely wrong. Yeah, it seems to just be like generic sheep. The game seems to be pretty picky about like its physics. and like transporting of things, but there's certainly areas of this game where it doesn't seem to be particularly picky. I can just get more people doing this. Mr. Lamps. Yes, you rang? Hello? Called? Do tell. Now, my goal for today is to get far enough in to see combat. That is my goal.
Would like some good.
Dear laddies, why do it be taking you so goddamn long to carry rocks up here? It's just some rocks. I mean, they're all right there. Friggin'... Do I need somebody working in here to bring rocks over? Like, that seems odd. We're into January. Year 2. Ding, ding. Okay. We're getting there. Get your pen. No. You're supposed to tell coworkers to get their pens so that they can take notes. Tell somebody to get into their pen. That's just me. You've been a little in and out for work all day, but what's the verdict so far, chat? So it's a little bit tricky for me because I'm not actually allowed to review the game because of embargoes. But what I can tell you is this, which is why I always talk around giving like direct, is it good, is it bad statements when I'm doing stuff like this. What I'll say is I played the demo of this and it ran like absolute dog shit. And in that way gave a really bad impression. But I'm still playing it. And they're not paying me to play it. So that's my verdict. What's the church bell sound do? Oh. Nope, hold on.
Over here, he
Stop.
has a
This
sword.
is very important. I'm focusing. Damn, it can't go one lower. Stupid game. I was trying to play Ode to Joy. Okay, come on. Game doesn't let me do that. Developer, add like 3 more bell tones. Stupid. Okay. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Yep. Then I need to go one lower. Da-dum. Anyway. Terrible developers. Broken game. This isn't an Orthodox church. Orthodox these nuts. I want to be able to play the thong, damn it. It's too long for a clip. Clip as much of it as you can and I'll fix it. For whom the bell tolls. Yeah, there you go. What was I doing? I don't know. I got distracted by important things like fucking around with the bell sounds. Okay, well, we've got that. We got the church done. Housing is next, right? Yeah, they're working on housing. It should all get finished pretty quickly, I would guess. We've got 6 months of food. Meat's back on the menu, literally. We're out of bread, so just raw meat for everybody. Should probably just actually increase this. Just get that well built. Because then well's like literally right there. Yeah, naturally. We obviously need stuff for the Hunchback. Can I just like state that Hunchback of Notre Dame probably actually my favorite Disney movie? Just a fantastic movie. I will say this game is making me really want to watch like Monty Python and the Holy Grail. It is doing that to me. So now that we've built that, actually, let's open you. So they really don't care. Like, if I just be like, yo,
Bring out your dead!
100% of your food is being given to the church, fuck you. They don't care. Anyway, let's just set this to 2%. There is no build a shrubbery button. There's only erase shrubbery button. Whereas like, bang, they're mad at taxes. It's just like, they don't care about their food being given away, but like coins that won't keep you from dying, they don't like. Well, I mean, if there is no food, yes, that would make them upset. I just think it's funny that there's no predicted approval rating dropping from giving stuff to the church. I mean, it's just, it's odd. That's maybe the best way to put it. It's just really strange. Like, it's the sort of thing that I would expect the game to like this to communicate. I don't know. How are we doing on fuel? Let's go up to here and W. Get more food. We're still selling lumber, I assume. So money going up, which is good. Allegedly, they redistributed it to the poor. Oh, interesting. There's generic storage in the manor.
Let's get to work!
So they can all go to church now. A new family started moving in. There we go. More hands! Need to get them from somewhere. We're in an ad break for some people, so I'm pausing the game. The town folks don't know about the allegedly part. You went to church once, got free pizza. You know, honestly, like thinking back on my time going to church, him go fast, my favorite portion of going to church was the annual... It was a fundraiser, so it was something that you had to pay to get in for. And I know my parents, because there was 5 of us, I think it was $20 each to get in. But it was an all-you-can-eat buffet, and it was a thing that... 2 of the local indigenous tribes put on, and it was just basically an all-you-can-eat buffet of food that they make and harvest. So it was like salmon cooked every single way you can possibly imagine, moose cooked every single way you could possibly imagine, bear meat cooked every single way you could possibly imagine, venison cooked every single way you could possibly imagine, sausage, steaks, like straight up just legs, just like they had a burn pit outside. They would have a barbecue, multiple barbecues outside, piles of salads, fresh vegetables, and like produce and stuff that they would grow. It was wonderful. It was like the best day of the year. I remember like mentioning it like it to my family at one point where my mom was just like, "Don't you look forward to going to church on Christmas?" I was like, "No. I look forward to the fall like buffet." It was fucking wonderful. Cause like they there's like weird rules about like selling like bear meat and venison and stuff around here if it's been hunted. So like wild game, but like you can have it as part of a potluck. It was wonderful. It was phenomenal. It's the only place I've ever eaten moose testicles, which I didn't find out until after. I was actually quite upset. But in hindsight, they were okay, and I would eat them again. It's the only place I've ever had. It was moose tongue. Moose tongue stew. Anyway, with that out of context. Although actually, there used to be a little Orthodox, like a little Russian Orthodox church pretty close to here, and every Sunday at like 2 p.m. This was back when, before I was like streaming with more than 5 people watching, so none of you would have known me back then. But I used to go there every Sunday at 2 p.m. because they would have a bake sale. And their bake sale was like, it was like $4, and you would get a bag of 10 pierogies, 10 pierogi, 2 sausage links, and cabbage rolls. It was great. It's the greatest thing in the world. I miss that church. They moved. It still exists, but they're just in a different part of town now. So if this church doesn't have a bake sale, it's a pretty shitty church as far as I'm concerned. All right, so we've got housing. We got that. Let's see. What are we working towards next? Because we've got the sheep. I do have enough to import 2 more sheep, so let's do that. With our extra family, which means the game's going to yell at us right now. Probably. Yeah, it's going to yell at us. So let's try and get desired surplus of 4 sheep. And once the sheep pop go up to 4, then I will start making a linen weaver. What's this game about? This is the most wishlisted game on Steam. It's a town builder with, if I zoom out while the game is paused, regions. You can claim regions. You expand out from your tiny little town you build up in the region, and the goal is to fight back and take over the AI region, basically. So it's like, it's a city builder with really pretty visuals, a little bit of stronghold, and that kind of thing. It's out on the 26th in early access. It's been in development for a bajillion years. But so far, it's just been a really very zen, rather slow-paced town builder, but that's also because I'm playing on a pretty slow speed. I could speed it up a bit.
Find a new home.
But yeah, it's a pretty little city builder. 2 sheep, no lambs. It's like that, and I should also make a tanner. Well, I'll tell you this, it runs better than City Skylines. I'd say it's more like, what? I didn't play this game, so I don't even know if it was any good. What was that, like, Medieval Dynasty thing? It's like Medieval Dynasty, but, like, top-down, instead of a weird third-person thing with some sort of Total War-ish combat. I don't know how good the combat is, because I haven't actually seen it yet, but... Should make a communal oven, but I don't have flour. Would have to, like, import flour. Like, do I have anything that would be... So hold on. So I don't know what emmer is. Like, at all. Nearest farming region that would be decent would be down here, so like outside of my zone entirely. So yeah, in order to do any farming, I have to claim something. About to run out of timber. No, I'm not. What? I got 20 timber. Maybe in my storage. But I don't consider 20 to be running out. It's a type of wheat? Okay, so that is like a grain. I'm not familiar with emmer, so I am familiar with Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, but I assume the 2 things are rather different. Bloomery, takes iron ore. Okay, so probably what we should work on this year is just getting an iron mine up. It's like there's an iron mine right there. Everybody needs a good to listen to a round of the Nut Rocker every now and again. Oh, that's interesting. I literally need to build on top of it. Okay. And there we go. Plop you down there. Oh, okay. So it actually builds over top of it. That's neat. Suggested not to do it. Well, that's interesting. I'm glad to know that it's an intended thing. It's just, it's not how I would do it. Because you lose food? Once again, I mean, I don't want to argue about it with you specifically, but I'll just say that's an interesting choice and not what I would do. That's all I will say. It just doesn't make sense thematically, even if it's very slight. It just doesn't make sense. Like it feels wrong. Like if it's like a mechanical thing, okay, but it feels wrong. Influence. Actually, hold on a second. I want to check something. Like, how much influence do I need to buy this region? So 1,000 influence to buy that region. Okay, so they're all just 1,000 influence? What do you? You have berries, wild animals, stone, clay. Okay, how about down here? Berries. But this is like the good region for farming. Oh, there's the brigands. We should, okay, so we should, this region is where the guys are attacking us from. So this region is Chatburg. This would be Chatburger. This would be Chatburgins, Chatville, Chatland, Chatham. You know, the works. Also, look at that. The snow's starting to melt. Well, chat would have to have a pretty good reason for us to... Okay, hold up. I can cease livestock trading and cease trading. Because we have 5 sheepies, which is what I wanted. Although, actually, hold on. Construction reserve. So I'm assuming reserve will never be used for crafting so that there is enough raw resources left for construction. Okay. Does that also limit sales? Like for trading? Raiders near. We've received reports of a band of raiders roaming the nearby lands. Should we track their steps? Yeah, track their steps. So we have 365 days to fight the raiders. Oh, I see. So does it tell me where they are on the map, or is it something that I have to... I have a feeling I'm just going to book... Maybe it's them? I'm sorry, does this say flock of crazy geese? Yeah, it's got to be these dudes. That's cool. Where were the thieves' camps that I spotted? The thieves' camps that I spotted are here and here, but these are just brigands. So I'm assuming these are like the actual armies that we're going to need to deal with. Yeah, we're going to need to like hire some mercenaries, I think. Well, there's no mercenaries available right now, so that's not brilliant. I'll wait until new mercenaries are available. Well, remember this game is called Manor Lords, so... Well, I was going to go here. takes wool to produce yarn and flax to produce linen. Kind of makes me sad that I can't move all of these buildings. I could put that there. I'm sure there's a way I should be laying this out, and I'm sure I'm doing this super unoptimally, and that's okay. Well, actually, hold on. Let's check something. Smell. Well, I mean, I guess sheep don't smell that bad. A new family just started moving in. Cool, cool, cool. Well, in that case, let's get some berries going. Oh, never mind. There's no berries yet. It's a seasonal thing. That's maxed out. What's this at? Increase the hunting limit a little bit. Could also get a,
We all know what that means.
probably leather going after this. Who are you? You are not. You are not. Okay, so I've got a few free houses still. Linhart and Lawrence are moving in. Okay, so when I have more money lying around, I can pay to have houses upgraded. I need to keep an eye out for when mercenaries are available. Okay, there we go. Ravenous Vulture, the Wayward Sons. I'm assuming it's just a one-time expenditure, so...
Gave the old ox a handsome month-old brat. She spat it in my face and tried to start me a
Okay, so saw pit's running. Logging camp is not running. Have a free family. Let's put them into the logging camp. Put 2 families into the logging camp. The saw pit's also working. And then for trading post, we'll put the last family into the trading post. But I do need that working as well. Where can I... Where is somebody who I don't need working right now? I mean, we're doing okay on food. Let's, grab the invisible hunting camp. Drop you down 1. So go build that weaver workshop for us. Oh, I don't have any army. I don't have any army, man. So how can you check my army out? I've got 2 units, certainly, but they don't do anything. So no, I'm going to hire mercenaries because I can see what's coming at us, right? Like we have this and we have this. They are ready to rally, supposedly. But these guys have equipment missing, which, I mean, sure. Yeah, I don't know. I can't afford mercenaries. Wake up. Are you playing the video game right now, sir? Because if you are, you play. I'm waiting. I'm well aware that I can't afford the mercenaries, thanks. That's why I'm trading. So, there's a reason this channel doesn't have a, you know, it says no backseating down there. I appreciate the tips when I ask for help. You are just giving me information I already know, and that is annoying. And that's all that is. So, thanks for being annoying. If you're here to enjoy the stream, that's fantastic. If you're here to tell me what I should be doing, mate, go play the video game yourself then. Does it live up to the hype? I don't know. I honestly can't tell you. I haven't seen the combat yet. Okay, so just remember. I can see how much money I have. You've told me where that was. That was very helpful. And I can see how much they cost. Yeah, which is also logical. We have 346 days to fight those raiders. All right. I am saving for mercenaries. No, this is a wait until the 26th thing. I'm sure there's some sort of private closed testing thing for some people, but no, it'll be available on the 26th. Really, Lord Flip? Oh, I had no idea. Thank you. You may have saved my gameplay now. I don't know how I've been subconsciously playing the game the whole time. Really, Diamond? Well, thanks for the information. No, it's totally fine, man. Well, here's the thing. You need taxes to get money. Yes. I'm aware. I've caught up. I get it, right? We have lots of time. So don't worry too much. I'm just trying to get people happy to a degree so that when I start taxing them, they don't kill me, right? And you just being like, this. If I'm not allowed to make mistakes and fuck up, am I really playing the video game?
I just arrived. What's going on? I arrived to a rant and I'm curious if it's my fault for arriving.
No. Well, I wouldn't even say I'm arriving. I'm just explaining the concept of backseating. Yeah, they got weirdly tall, didn't they? Did I bump the spacebar or did the game pause itself? I must have bumped the spacebar. When's the name sheep channel points thing coming? Never.
Why do I have to carry this alone?
That'll do. 5%. We can eat 5% now. Where are we at? But no, don't worry about the backseating thing. I'm just annoyingly strict about such things.
So could I.
Mm-hmm. We do have 4 units of wool, so I'm assuming that the this weaver is currently transporting. Okay, well that makes sense. It's a group of lions, right?
Why do I have to carry this alone?
And we'll never know what it is because they're definitely lying about it. Look at that nerd carrying cloth. Well, I mean, it's wool. That, actually, now that I think about it, wool doesn't look like that, does it? Wool looks pretty consistently different. Is it bad that it doesn't matter how long I play a game? Whenever it makes me build a well, if it's a city builder, I immediately go, oh God. My whole town is going to burn down. It gives me this weird anxiety. It's called, I think, banished syndrome.
Summer's coming soon, and soon the beaten sun.
Your immediate thought is to spam well so people don't forget to drink. Gotta get that alcohol rolling somehow. So now I'm like kind of curious as to what point in the year we get taxes. It's annual. Or is that, oh, that's me paying taxes, right. Like, does it tell me in the calendar, maybe? Nope. Did it say monthly? I don't know. Treasury. Yeah, that's not helpful. Yeah, it's just the same text bubbles. This is all the in-game music. I don't ever put on other music. It's like, if you're hearing music on one of my streams, I guarantee you it's the game's music. Does it say monthly? Monthly, right? Yep, monthly taxation options. You are correct. All right, well, so then when we roll into April, we're going to get hit with 20% tax. Look busy, people. Just because I'm curious about how much it's going to give me. Also got a crap ton of hides. A little bit of yarn. Which I'm assuming... Not a ton, but hey. That's okay. So I can have another 2 families, potentially. Choice of church bell tone. I'm just sad I can't program like a series of tones for it to play. But that gives me like 4 money. We're gonna need at least the minimum mercenary crew. Which is like something like this, basically. We're gonna need like 45 money. So the math there is bad. Also, the better question is, where is Hofstatten or whatever that is? Ah, so they'd arrive all the way over there when I hire them. Where's that army at then? Yep, they're right here. I will say, they do just look like a bunch of dudes with sticks. These guys have some arm, like some gear. It's kind of doomed. I mean, if that's the way it is, then so be it. They arrive in 331 days, I think. That or they attack me in 331 days. I don't know exactly when they'll arrive.
Summer's coming soon. And soon the beating sun.
Well. So I've got 22 people, which is not enough to beat that army. Well, I guess we have like 2 options right now. We wait for them to arrive or we start over. How's that iron mine going? Pretty slow. As in, it hasn't finished being constructed yet. I do have a family working on it, though, in theory. No, I don't do sponsored streams. I don't restart? I mean, it's up to you guys as to what you guys would rather see. I don't really care. If I get raided and die, so be it. Chatberg shall fall gloriously. That's a pretty good line to draw, Lord Floof.
Summer's coming soon.
Yeah, considering it's like supposedly a solo dev, which I find kind of hard to believe that it's actually a completely solo dev, it is really pretty. Like, genuinely, it's really pretty. I have a feeling they're going to show up and, like... What's the word I'm looking for here? They're going to show up and, like, siege me, probably.
This is heavier than it looks.
Let me finish the mining pit. But I need a way bigger population to really do much with it. Did not make the music. I refuse to believe that a game like this is purely solo developed, but... It's like solo developer, like everything I've heard, it's like, it's a dude making it, but a lot of contractors. Another ruler's army was sighted. Ah, okay. So whose ruler's army is this? Is this them just attacking me now? Or are they waiting there now? Or are they going here to claim this? Maybe that's what they're doing. They might just be going here to claim this. Or maybe they're going for the brigands. That's certainly possible. 'Cause I assumed this was the army that was going to attack me. But if they're just going to go kill the brigands, I mean, hey, we can watch the combat. Wait. Why are they running away from idiots with swords? Who, the enemy? Because these are not my mercenaries, mate. These are not my mercenaries. These are a different leader. The game's not super clear there, Control Undo. As to, like, where they're heading. Inspired by real medieval towns and strict about it, common medieval troops are avoided in favor of historical accuracy. Makes the world more authentic and colorful. I believe that this game could do with a gamma slider, so I can make it less dark at night, so it would be, or not dark at night, but less dark when it's raining, so that it's more colorful and less drab looking. Because I think that this game is very pretty, and I think it's kind of like doing itself a disservice by making it so dark when it rains. Hello, Fire and Ice. How are you? I'm going to watch these soldiers fight. This is not my army, and this army is actively fighting these brigands. So these are, I guess, dudes that are... Okay, so these are brigands for hire that I didn't hire them. It was another faction that hired them. And these guys are just random bandits. What's up with the screen shaking? Just let it stop. So this is the AI fighting the AI right now. They even do the Total War thing where they all stand in one clump for no reason. I guess they won. I don't think that was a fair fight, guys. Yeah, that is really cool. And now I guess they're gonna go get the other brigand camp. All right, well, we really need more fuel. So yeah, maybe the raiders are gonna come from behind. Like maybe they're gonna come from over here or something. I love the amount of like very clear work in progress in brackets stuff. There was a lot of that in the original demo, but a lot less now. Hey, we have a lamb. Neat. Okay. Okay, well, merchant is trading. That's good. It runs very, very, very smooth. Admittedly, I've bought a new CPU since the demo came out. I think I could check, but the original demo ran absolutely awful, and this seems to be running a lot smoother, so that's good. Other ruler's army was sighted. Because they're going for this. I have a feeling they're going to claim this region. I think that's what's happening here, is they're going to claim this region. So, I mean, I need to save more influence. Well, I have 64 RAM, so we should be fine there. Generally, I find it's not RAM that's like the issue for most games, it's CPU. Like, very few games actually use that much RAM. Like, everybody's always like, how much RAM does Dwarf Fortress use? It's like none. It's like, I don't know, 2 gigs tops. I need to upgrade that because I bought 32 extra gigs of RAM and then put them in and haven't upgraded the thing yet, or written it down on the thing yet. Well, we do have 1 lamb, which rhymes with RAM, so... And I'll bet you that RAM has a lot of threads on it because of all the sheep's fuzz. Fur. Stuff. Thing.
Heavier than it looks.
Why do I have to carry this alone?
Don't ask. Do not ask me about my 18 terabytes of hard disk. That's all I have to say about my hard disk. Not that I've found. We know it won't be a full price release. If I were to bet money, I would say probably around 40. Comparable to similar games. Although really, if they want this game to sell a bajillion copies, they should just price it for $15, get 1 million sales, and just be like, well, we win, GG. This game does have, what, 2 million wish lists, but who knows? I'm not sure what they're pricing it at. You'd have to ask Hooded Horse that question, I would say. This is actually where we need the workers, not here. So I need firewood. We also need more food, which means I could probably turn this on now. Oh, I could add a herb garden. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, where can I pull somebody? You're trading. We'll stop you trading. Say you go work here. I really need that extra
This is heavier than it looks.
family. They are, in fact, the #1 wishlisted game on Steam, yes.
Hype applause Crip Wave, and I know how you feel. I've got 20 TBs of drives ATMRNGSTR1 Mimiclo.
Are they also duct taped to the bottom of your case? Because mine definitely are not. They're not duct taped. They are double-sided sticky taped, though, which is similar-ish. Man, they really don't like them taxes, do they? Let's go over here. Taxes. Wink. We'll give them a slight happiness bump. Yeah, they seem to be roughly 45 for bandits.
Gave the old op to handle
Yeah, and if
my
you need more, you can always download them.
He spat it in my face, tried to carve me and you.
I wish I could get rid of this. It's like, I'm aware. Game. I've also got iron ore, so I don't need to worry about it for a little bit. Yeah, let's do the tannery first. How's the stream going? It's going. Going places. No complaints so far. How's your day going, Raging Cave? Like, I feel like what I really need right now is just population. And it's like, know what? I'm just gonna build some more housing. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna build more houses. Huh. Although, the morale of Ned's is too low. But it'll go back up when we hit, like, May, June. Yeah, when we hit June, it'll go back up. Because, well, at the very least, right now we have the church level, right? Fortunately, what do we have in the market right now? Meat and eggs? Yeah, it's not quite enough variety. You have berries, veg. We have that. We got some extra town-based money, so let's go over to here and be like, yo, do that. Yo, do that. Spend money on veggie gardens in people's backyards. It's called mixed-use zoning. They had it in the medieval times. Why can't we have it now? Yeah, no, Lamb is a very common name.
We all know what that means.
Lamb of God, too. Market variety going up. Oh, hold on a second. Industry. There's linen. Turns berries into dyes? Okay. I really want to know how long people need to work at this, because, like, they've made a bunch of yarn, but, like...
Just give me a hammer and something needs to not move. I'll put it in its place.
Like, I need a clothing stall to be able to level up the houses. Is that something I need to unlock, maybe? Yeah, because that's for armor. Never played Life is Feudal. I always strayed very far away from Life is Feudal because of the stuff I heard about the development of it. Specifically the fact that they, like, had a game that people liked, a, like, multiplayer thing, and then people were very unsatisfied with its completion speed, or rate of development, I guess.
Step right up and sample.
So we have the Weaver's Workshop and the Tannery, but, like, and the Dyer's Workshop, so, like, how the heck do I make clothing then? What am I missing here, chat? Is it a matter of, like, just making... So, but it says it doesn't say that it outputs clothing, though. No, I mean, I had that earlier, but this doesn't output clothing. This outputs cloth. So did the people just, like, make clothing in their houses? Like, how does that work? Like, that's the disconnect I'm having here. Like, this doesn't make sense. Because if so, then the game should state that. But it doesn't anywhere, unless I'm just living up to my name and missing it. But, like, if it's literally just, yeah, they just make what? Because, like, clothing stall supply, food stall, marketplace, marketplace. I mean, I'm totally okay with a more realistic foundation with combat. Because I don't think combat has any... I don't think foundation has any combat. I wonder if it's like Ostriv where they can sell the cloth in the market. Yeah, I wish the game would, like, explain that somewhere. Or state that it's going to do that. Because so far it hasn't. Also, Ostriv, good game, by the way. I should stream some of that at some point. Wait, hold on. Is that a clothing stall? Clothing stall. Okay, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, no, so linen is considered clothing then. Yeah, no, okay. There you go. Interesting. The game should state that somewhere, because that is... Like, I was assuming there was another, like, workshop step. But whatever. Figured it out. We got through it. Because that is not well explained at all. Because it's called a weaver's workshop, not a clother's workshop. So it doesn't state, I don't think, that if you... Where is it? It's industry, right? Yeah, so it says workers use wool to produce yarn and flax to produce linen. And then this states that it needs clothes. So, like, these houses should state that they need linen. Or, like, a linen stall supply. Instead of clothing stall supply. Yeah, it feels like there should be a clother. Like, it strikes me as either an oversight or, like, there is a step in the supply chain that isn't in the game yet. Is what it feels like.
Poor quality, he said. Impossible.
But, I mean, it's fine. Early access, right? Because now, like, just building this spawns a clothing stall out of thin air. It's like, huh? Alright, well, we got another family moving in, so that's good. Or rather, we have more space for families to move in. And I'm sure increasing this will help. Remove you from the storehouse to speed up the leveling up of these houses. Because that will give us the higher level of this, which will move us from a small village to a medium village, which will give me another set of points that I can spend. I would say terminology at that point, Uberflut. But tailor also doesn't exist, right? It's just the weaver and the tanner are the two options. So if I'd known that, I would have completed the weaver way sooner and gotten it up and running, but I was looking for the next step to see, like, okay. So I let it run for a little bit and then turned it off. Cheers, Blue Owl. Well, I'll be on for a good chunk of time today, and then tomorrow we will be picking things back, or not tomorrow, but Tuesday we will be playing Adventure Mode, and I will be, or not Tuesday, Wednesday we will be playing Adventure Mode, and I'll be playing more of this once it releases into early access, but today is the one day that we'll be doing with this. Okay, well, there's a nice small crew right there. Well, we can almost afford the local thugs. That's a good start, at least. Here's the thing. If there's argument based on that, it's obvious because it's hurting the experience for me, basically, is the way I would put this. Like, it's actively hurting my experience. So, if you're arguing, that sucks. Like, you keep referring to it's just like we're arguing about this. It's like you are giving me a lot of very negative thoughts about the development of this game. So, just note, repeatedly using that word, arguing, does one thing. Makes me think less of this game. So if your ideal goal is to make people want to play it, if there's arguing over what the verb of clother is, at the fucking very least, make it all unanimous, right? Like, if this just said linen or / leather, there'd be no problem here. So, you're not a developer on this game. If you want this game to do well, quit saying you're arguing about it, because you are making me have zero faith. Okay? Like, I get it. Having outside input is good, but y'all need media training if you're going to go around being ambassadors for the game on behalf of the developer. Like, learn to use words like discussions. Learn to use words like feedback. You know, stop saying arguing. But yeah, consistency is important, right? And literally what's fucked up here is the lack of consistency. It says clothing stall required. Okay, cool. There's no instruction anywhere that I've seen on how to build a clothing stall. Like, if I go to resources, probably. Yeah, there's literally nothing called clothing. Like, does clothing show up anywhere else in the game? Where did I scroll past clothes? Was that in resources? Bundles clothes. Okay. It still doesn't, though. So you can upgrade to a tailor's workshop. But, nope, don't like it. I do not like this. This is bad. This needs to be reworded, like, badly. And quit telling me that you're arguing about this. I don't want to know about what you guys argue about. Okay, well, remember, okay, I should just mute you, Wika. Like, I realize what you're trying to do, but you are making me think less of this game in real time. All right. Where are we at? Because, like, that's something I need to make. So I guess that's just going to appear here then. All right. The good news is I've got people that are not working currently, so this can get done. How are we doing on timber? We got plenty of timber, plenty of planks. Animal supplies going up. That's good. Food supplies okay for right now. This is all the way the hell down here. Let's turn that back on. And go around here somewhere and plop down a bloomery. How's the stream going? This game has like an information consistency issue, but aside from that, it's been okay. Still interested. Still interested is what I would say. I think people, at the end of the day, when it comes to like communicating with people like me, if you are acting as a volunteer ambassador for a game, realize that wording is very important and that you can actually do more damage than positive. What I would prefer and what some people like me would prefer is you if you're just sitting there and constantly sending stuff off to the developer, I don't need to know every single piece of feedback that's actively being argued about. If you want to send off feedback, that is great. Please do that. I don't need to hear about literally everything that you're doing because it does give me a negative feeling in a lot of ways. If something's going to be addressed, that's fine. I don't need to know every single tiny little individual thing that is being addressed actively. Yeah, no, I would too. I would never, ever, ever recommend you pre-order a video game. But you can't pre-order this one, so wait until it's out. But that's basically all this game is just a pile of promise, right? Actually really regretting I didn't start selling hides. I should have done that, but...
Why do I have to carry this?
All right, well, we got a lot of construction that needs doing, so let's just speed up time and wait. Had you playing straight for almost 18 hours? I didn't last that long on the demo. I actually thought the demo was pretty bad because it just ran like absolute ass on my computer no matter how I set it up. Okay, I can probably turn taxes back up a little bit. But we'll be getting more from the taxes now that the population can actually go up. Aesthetically, sure. Druidism. Pre-ordering made sense when games were, you know, sold in boxes in limited quantities. No, I get it. You're excited. But just be cautious with your excitement. That's my main intended piece of feedback for you, I guess. I wish there was like an overlay that I could just like hit a button and it would give me icons of what every single building was. Because like they're tiny. And like they hide. Spotting them is a little difficult at points. Okay. How are we doing on timber? We're doing okay on timber, so we'll bump that number up. Actually, no, not that number up. This number up. So we are, the number of like adults that we have is going up, which is good. So like army capabilities is a little less shit. But we need to probably import weapons if I had to bet one. Well, let's get you trading again. Yeah, no, I mean, like, here's the thing. like sort of playing off of what Mr. Lamlams just said. If I say something is a negative, that's okay. It just means that it's something that needs to be fixed. It doesn't mean that you need to like justify why it's there. Actually, that's probably a better way to explain it from my perspective. You don't need to justify that the negative is there and that it's being argued about or anything. Like, don't say that. Just be like, it's something we're aware. It's something the devs are aware of, or it's something that's being worked on. You know, you have to be very neutral with things that you say like this, because you can give people very negative thoughts of how things are very quickly.
Crypt Zoom.
Gazoom, thanks for the $1. I appreciate you. First notification of bits in... Actually, have we had bits today? It's been a while. I think Neil Kai cheered some earlier. First notification of bits in 3 hours. Thanks for the first biddies in 3 hours. Because if you jump on top of it, it just sounds like you're making excuses on behalf of somebody, and that sucks. Especially if they're not paying you. Like, what? Why would you make excuses for somebody who isn't paying you if you're just a community member? Iron slabs to craft tools. What the? Did I not? New upgrade. Armorer's workshop. Okay, so... Craft tools. Here we go again. What do I need to do to get armor? I'm in an ad break and I'm reading a thing. Hold on a second. I just received an email I need to read. Sorry. Alternate victory conditions other than violence? Well, you can already turn off the violence. I mean, it's actually not violence. It's you're buying stuff, right? Like, you use influence to claim lands. And you can already turn off enemy armies and such. So... I don't know. But, I don't know. I would like a religious victory option, because then I can pretend I'm playing Civ. Alright, let's get back to things. I have to pop back into existence. For me, okay, so this is just my personal definition. You guys can tell me if you disagree with this or not. For me, a city simulator is a game where you are macroing a large city. A colony simulator is a game where you're microing individuals. To me, this is more in the city builder direction. Because, yeah, you are assigning workers to things, but I don't know, I'm not memorizing these names, and I don't know who just married who. Does that make sense? I will say that I would pay $20 if there was Sabaton in the soundtrack, but yeah, no, the music's good. Needs more metal guitar. So I'm just going to assume that the smithy is how I make armor then. That's an assumption. We'll find out. Maybe it's an upgrade to the smithy. But right now, we'll just take you off this. This should also tell me... Oh, it does. Okay. Food variety. Fuel. on fuel. I need to make another logging camp soon. Probably, I guess, at this point. It's like I've got one free family, but... So are we all the way out to here then? Yep. Okay. Still some empty houses. Not many empty houses, though. Frostpunk wasn't the first game to do that. I think somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Settlers games did that, right? Where you can like, where you're like assigning families to buildings, right? Like that's not a Frostpunk. I think Frostpunk is just the biggest or a big game that did that. But Frostpunk is a story-based game that has a city builder skin. That's interesting. I want to do that just because I think it would look cool. Like make the backyard go behind here. Yeah, let's do that. Like lean it. Eh. Timberborn and Timberborn clones? I mean, it's sold well enough. I mean, to me, Timberborn is just, it's like Anno, but vertical. It's like almost like an impressions game, like a game with walkers, but vertical. Cool, though. Neat little video game. Okay, I've got quite a bit of iron. Let's get you off there. Let's get another family foraging. I think I probably need more wagons. It's not too quickly overpopulating without having the infrastructure. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, figuring out how to not collapse the... Sorry about that. Figuring out how to not collapse under your own weight is literally the management of a game like this. I am going to turn the music down slightly because it's kind of loud on my end. You're loving this conversation? I don't know. I mean, it all makes sense in my brain. If it doesn't make sense in your brain, then I can't help you. Video game genres are kind of dumb at the end of the day, you know? We used to call first-person shooters Doom clones, like, who cares? I think you're just talking nonsense now, Wake Up, but okay. You don't know if it's a good or a bad thing? I think you should be able to know what a building is before you buy it. I would say that every single city builder, colony builder, and everything is all a resource management game to a degree. Even like, you know, 4X strategy games are resource management games to a degree. I don't really see the purpose of this discussion, I'll put it that way. But chat can babble about whatever chat wants to babble about. Babble, babble, rabble, rabble. Saying to Fire that you really enjoy watching you play new games because you talk about mechanics and overall gameplay and music and vibes. Yeah. Problem is there's very few games that are actually worth playing these days.
Get to work, lads.
Yeah, this is true. I'm just saying I just don't understand the purpose of it. But you guys can babble about what you want to babble. Yeah, there are battles. I think that's the whole point of the release version. Except when it comes to babbling, Mr. Lamb Lambs doesn't babble. Mr. Lamb Lambs babbles. I know where the door is. I'll leave. Anyway. So I've got 10 iron slabs. Let's sit here for a second. You know, our approval rating is decent. Maybe not quite that high. 20%. You're refueled. I guess haulers refuel. Yeah, there goes there goes the approval rating. We'll make up for it eventually, right? We'll get through the market variety and with the church level and all that jazz. I'm sure they'll definitely be thankful for that, right? Right. So I have enough normal houses. I need ones level 2 or higher. Okay, so let's level you up. A couple at a time. If I wasn't enjoying it, I would have, like, Alt F4'd and quit. I stop playing games pretty quickly if I'm not enjoying them. Like, I would say it's generally pretty clear when I don't like a game because I don't play it. Oh, I see. They start demanding booze. It's ungrateful sons of... So level 2 houses immediately start demanding booze. I get it. Okay, we need 4 wood. Well, it's all right there, so... Actually remove one of these loggers. So does that mean I'm being claimed? I didn't really have an option there. It was just like, status, winning. Well, that's good. Oh, I should have just let them claim that. I don't want to fight that. I want this one. Well, this game has Battle Brothers in it, apparently. Are these the guys that I'm going to have to fight? Like Mercenary Spearmen. Pose to change the battlefield. Locked in early access. Use King's Favor. Locked in early access. Surrender. You can't surrender in this version of the game. Well, Lamau. Okay. Fine. If you insist. Bunch of dicks. Okay, well, I can hire these idiots. They have 90 days. That's 3 months. All right, crank the taxes. Crack. It's very funny. I'm very amused by that. I'm not gonna lie. That shit's really funny. Okay, well, enemy unit has been spotted. Let's see what we're up against. 36, 36, 36, 36, 18. Okay. Fine. We're gonna horribly die, aren't we? The game also keeps auto-saving. It's like, I see what you're doing, video game. Wait, actually, hold on. Let's take a look at these duders. What are we up against? Yeah, they have hats. We don't have hats, chat. Or rather, I haven't figured out how to make hats. These guys don't... This is what our army's gonna look like. This is what their army looks like. All right, well, we're gonna need to hire some mercenaries at the very least, so it's time to crank up the taxes. Piss everybody off in real time. Let's go. Fight or nothing. Developer's just like, I haven't thought about those other options yet. It's fine. And might as well finish building these. So I've got 90 days for this fight and 163 before normal raiders. Okay, so it's those two dudes plus all these dudes. The funny thing is, like, if I actually had an army right now, I guess that would mean I could just go and cut them off, right? Yeah, I mean, I have 18 dudes. Plus 5. Well, I just clicked the wrong button. Well. This seems fine. I don't think anything is going to go wrong. We're definitely not going to get horribly wrecked. And worst case scenario, we start over. This is fine. I've learned this time to delete the tents early. I'm pretty sure you're like in the top. I'll look later, but I'm pretty sure you're in like the top 10, Smithy, for ticket holders. You are like really high up there. There we go. Leveled you up. Level you up. I'm also like pretty sure we're not gonna have enough fuel to get through the winter. But you know. You know. They're gonna kill us before we get there. Smithy. Boomery. Okay, well, let's get somebody over here. Let's increase the taxes. Yeah, I mean, traps, well, walls, I guess, maybe towers are like the closest thing to that I could think of that would be historically accurate. Spike trench. Yeah, there you go. Spike. Well, I mean, fall traps are also something that was used, but I don't know. Battles were very much just like the lines of armies lined up and then punched each other at that time. Hold on a second. Let me check something. Blacksmith's workshop. Well, under development. Well, that doesn't really help me too much, does it? Is the smithy the blacksmith then? Or is that a separate thing that I need to get? It's probably just a separate thing that I need to get eventually, because right now all I have is a thing that can make tools. Which isn't what I need, actually. Couple, true, yeah, I could see that for Dracula. Well, when we move over to September, We'll get okay on the taxation, but Woodcutter's Lodge outputs food, but I don't have enough storage. Or not food, firewood, but I don't have enough storage. Forager hut we can drop down. Bump you up.
Don't be shy, good sirs and ladies.
Well, let's just speed up time. I'm not even remotely confident that we have a chance here. Especially because I'm expecting this game to do like the same sort of thing that like Songs of Six does, where it's just like, oh, well, if everybody dies when you get attacked, everybody's dead, so get fucked. I'm very much expecting that. But who knows? Do I think Kogan-san will be playing soon? I mean, I would be very surprised if Kogan-san played. For whatever that's worth. Like, I'm very surprised. We should be able to compensate for the taxes, though. Still have a firewood stall. Clothing stall still running. We're working on upgrading this house. There's a person from Hooded Horse you need to DM. You need to send an email to somebody from Hooded Horse. I don't know if I should post that publicly anywhere. Hold on. Give me a second. Yeah, it's pretty generic. There you go. No problem, mate. Pasture's increasing. Everybody's real happy with all these taxes. That's all I gotta say. I guess I should drop down the taxes a little bit because people are pissy with me. In times of war, you must piss off the public. Serve you as long as you have the coin. How often do they charge you, though? Is it monthly? Is it annually? Is it daily? Each month of service. Okay, so I need to hire them at the start of next month, then. It would be really fun if you could just, like... What's up, Big Tex? It'd be really fun if you could hire their dudes. It's just like, I'm gonna hire the mercenaries that you hired to kill me. That's what I want to do. Because this is the battlefield right now, implying that those two armies are there currently. Maybe that's all that we have to fight, is just those two. Wonder what happens if I just don't show up. It's like, they just go, out, we won, because they didn't show. Make an offer. Well, I'm assuming it's just gonna hire different mercenaries, but there we go. Get new development. Advanced armor making, foreign suppliers, new building, firewood cart. Permanent market stall which provides a passive income of firewood as long as the region has enough regional wealth. The region does not pay the transport fee, and it must be placed on the marketplace. Okay. Oh, I guess it just, like, runs around from house to house. Doubles capacity of all berry deposits, beekeeping, workers collect honey. Yeah, what do you think I should grab, chat? Yeah, I have no idea either. I'm curious to find out, to be honest, what the penalty is for when you lose. Bull is pretty good. Which one's that? Oh, just the firewood cart, I guess. Yeah, let's grab those. Those seem just like smart to have. So I'm assuming that's just a thing that happens passively, and not something I need to enact. Yeah, okay. Is something I need to construct. No construction cost, free relocation.
Come on, people, get to work.
Provides an income of bread as long as the region has enough regional wealth. Which is this. No, this one. I wish it would say how much regional wealth it needed, but, you know.
This is heavier than it looks.
Get to work, lads.
Okay, well, we've got these done. It doesn't appear that I need to add anything to this.
Fresh meat. Get your fresh meat here. No finer cuts in all the land.
Okay. Well, we're into November. A little worried about food and fuel over the winter, but not too worried. A little bit worried, not too worried.
Come on, come on.
The thing that I really need to do is I need to go to the trading post, and I'm going to actually just sell hides, I think, because I've got a fuckload of hides, but I do need some money to like actually start it, so I need to get that rolling, sell some more of my firewood. Thought I turned down the taxes. Oh, I see, it just hasn't hit yet. Fortunately, we will compensate by the end of the month, but I guess it's time for us to hire some mercenaries. You are also correct, yeah. But it's okay. We'll try and compensate. And currently, I think we should do something very specifically, which is I think we should actually restart. So if we end up dying, it is what it is. Yeah, no, it's not removing regional wealth faster than I can afford it. We're okay. But it's like I can read what it's doing. Next, it's 1. Whereas that's yeah, that's making us more. We're fine. I kind of disagree that they're going to remove enough regional wealth that I won't be able to use this. Because this thing's actually giving us a decent amount of income every single time it trades. But anyway, we need to rally the troops, so... Yeah. Rally him there. This is going to be rough, isn't it? Yeah, I've got 18 dudes versus what? I really wish that I could surrender. That's just goofy that I can't. Am I wrong? I'm blind. 27% effectiveness? Yeah, it's gonna suck. Slow alert, stand your ground. We'll give it a slight higher chance. Where is this other army at? Sure, they're very far away. Run! Yeah, no, that's absolutely what we should do. Yeah, there they are. Okay, can I just say I think it's hysterical that my mercenary crew shows up in the middle of their lands. That is just really funny. Yes, sire. Well, they're right here. Let's see if we can try and meet in the middle somewhere. Try some 360 no scopes. Here's hoping that my mercenaries are just significantly better than their mercenaries. Although they are currently running up a hill right now. Maybe I can just get them to go like kind of here and then we can shout that I have the high ground or something. Time to siege their capital. Capital what? Capital A, capital B? Maybe capital C even. Capital F. Yeah, actually, that's the reality. We're definitely a capital F-U-C-K-E-D right now. It's okay. It can only get worse. Just stare down the barrel of destruction. I am currently at an ad break, so I'm just going to pause the game for the next few seconds. Apologies, chat room. Chat rooms, if you will. Even. Also, shout outs to the person who bought me a coffee. So, thank you. Somebody bought me a coffee. As I sip my actual coffee. Speaking of buying streamer coffee, thank you to everybody who's got hats next to your name. You guys keep this weird channel funded. People have asked if this was a sponsored segment a few times. I don't do sponsored segments. This channel's entirely crowdfunded. So all my money comes either from Patreon, donations, or subscribers on either, YouTube members or Twitch. So if you have Prime subs lying around, they lose value probably in June. So, I just have to, it's like the law. I have to say the words Twitch Prime at least 3 times. Otherwise, it's not a stream on Twitch. Well, that's kind of neat. Peace declared. What? So, hold on. Because I didn't attack them, they just declared peace? Why did you just tell me I could have done that? It's probably because we actually missed the start of the fight. That or no, actually what's happened is hold on. Can I run to positions, hold, how do I unrally them? So, looking at the map, they just claimed this region, so that region's just theirs now. Yeah, basically. He got the area. So I didn't need to, like, panic and prep. Basically. That's the reality. I don't think I needed to panic and prep and do all that stuff. He just took the zone. Well... early access, I suppose. I was expecting them to come charging up here and fight with me, because I was like, I'm gonna hide in the bush. That seems smart. But now I don't know how to... Oh, okay. Can't disband this unit outside the home region. Well, I wasted a shit ton of tax money on mercenaries I didn't need. Cool. I learned something? I think the game should communicate it a little better. Like, the game's got a decent tutorial so far, but I personally feel that it should communicate that a lot better. Like, that is a little goofy. But whatever. We've done it. I can turn the taxes down. Although we are gonna get attacked in 65 days. So for those of you craving violence, don't worry. I'm wasting a lot of my time that I could be spending on, building this city. It's mostly just it was a waste of my time. If I'd known that I didn't need to go fight for that, I would have just let it time out and ignored it. So I'm not thrilled with how the game did that, but that's okay. You are correct. I did learn something. And leave the taxes at 10%, that's fine. Okay, on to the next thing. Back to trying to figure out how to make armor. I remember bumping into this problem with the demo from back when. Where specifically, yeah, we got tons of money now. Where specifically, there was things in the demo that it told me I needed to do, but the buildings literally were not in the game yet to do them. And I'm wondering if that's a similar thing that I'm running into right now, where it's just like, it says that you need to do this thing. And it's like, but then like doesn't explain how to do it or if you even can do it. You know what I mean? It's like just early access problem on early access problem, right? So people keep asking me what I think of this game. I can't give you guys a direct thought on what I think of this game, aside from just like my general responses to how I'm playing. So my question to you guys is, what do you guys think of this game from what you've seen? Because I will just say the same thing I always say about games that are new, which is don't buy games on launch. Wait like a day or 3 and wait for the Steam reviews. Wait for critical reviews. Wait for YouTube videos. That's what I will always say. I'm curious as to what you guys think. I agree, it looks beautiful, yeah. Like, look at that. Look at that landscape. You can even click the button and then walk around. Like a weird guy with a cape. And he can run backwards very effectively without tripping. Yeah, I need to see some combat, and I need to see the combat actually work. You don't really buy games until early access is finished? That's smart. Because then you know what you're buying, right? Instead of buying into an idea, you're buying into a product. I do have a fuckload of firewood now, though. Move you over. It's food that we're a little short on, but that's okay. Can I upgrade you? You're not upgradable? Okay. From someone who bought Goddess. Oh, God. Didn't they, like, just shut down Goddess or something? Like, I remember Goddess was in the news recently. Okay, well, I got plenty of money now, so let's go over here to hides. We're going to establish another trade route. We are going to export hides, and my desired surplus is going to be 40. So that's going to make us a bunch more money, hopefully. Which will allow us to, you know, upgrade things and do this sort of thing. What do you want? Oh. So I don't have to build the building for our weapons and stuff. I just make the serfs do it. Why didn't I look into this to begin with? That's kind of funny. Quite literally, it's, well, make the serfs do it. Why didn't I think to look to do that sooner? God damn it. Also, why did they bring 11 planks here, even though they only need 10. Still alive on mobile, though? Alive is... how many people in the chat... Question, to those of you who know what Goddess is, how many people do you think are playing Goddess right now in the world? It can't be that many people. Like, if there's more than 3, I will be impressed. Probably a rounding error. Probably. That, or because it's the storehouse, it maybe just used what was in the storehouse. Artisan workshops can sometimes produce multiple types of food. Okay. Trying to upgrade my storehouse to big. Okay, so we're gonna get attacked in 30 days. Okay, so level 1 clothing stall is linen, leather, yarn. What I would really like is I would really like another tab on here that just shows all of the things it can sell. Because, like, it kind of has it with this. And it says, like, who needs them and where they're being produced. But, like, I really wish that there was a way to just, like... see the possibility. Like, now that I know that, like, it's not an issue, but it's still just bothering me. This house is going to take iron slabs and make helmets. What's a Goddess? Goddess is a game that Peter Molyneux developed. It was supposed to be like a successor to Black and White, sorta. We got 28 days until raiders attack us. But in reality, it was a very bad, clicky mobile game that was underdeveloped and never got properly developed. And then eventually shut down. Yeah, just go Google it and you'll be like, oh. Actually, watch Total Biscuit's video on it. That would be what I would say. New mercenary companies available. Well, actually, maybe I can't afford them. Should we rehire the Wayward Sons to help us? We got 24 days until the raiders arrive. I think I'm gonna hire the Wayward Sons when it hits, because it's behind my camera, right there. I think when that hits, which is also really hard for me to read, by the way. I think when that hits like 10, I'll rally the troops and hire a mercenary crew. Because I don't know what we're gonna have to deal with. Okay, that's plenty. But I have a feeling that it's gonna be more than 0 dudes. I have a very hard time not thinking about Total Biscuit because I literally see his face every single day I stream.
This is heavier than it looks.
So it's very hard for me to not think about Total Biscuit. I'm going to import mail armor. It's rather expensive, but we're going to do that because we got plenty of regional wealth right now. Uh-huh. Respect level dropped. Chat member, Wicca. Streamer will remember this.
Gave the old dog to handle the month old brat. He spat it in my face.
It's okay. We'll get breastplates next. Ned disrespecting you. All these goddamn Neds in chat, man. All right, we got 16 days. Let's hire yeah, we'll just go with these guys again. So they shouldn't be too far away. They're up here. Man, it's interesting. So I think the taxation actually gets worse. So if you're charging like high taxes, it seems like every month you're charging high taxes, like their opinions get worse. That's interesting. Not like it's stacks, but it also it gives you it's because I think you start each month at 50, and then they get happier or more upset based on amenities versus taxes. So it's like even if it's literally a predicted loss. That's actually kind of cool. I like that system. It's okay. Every chat needs a heckler. Wicca's just the heckler today. I also like that you can see kind of the erosion routes. That's neat. Just a nice map design. All right, well, I got 11 months of fuel, so we can actually straight up just stop cutting as much wood. I'm doing other things. Oh, do I need more planks? Yep. That is something I need.
This is heavier than
Yeah, we out of planks. We out of planks right now. So I'm getting attacked in 7 days. Bandit camp was sighted. Kind of weird that I can't just like hold down a button and follow them, but
Keep your half warm and your home cozy.
now I get the combat tutorial. Select units with the left mouse button, hold and drag to select multiple units. Command the selected units with the right mouse button and hold and drag to form a blah, 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 blah. Okay, I figured all that out. Raiders near. Where is near? Hold on. Can the bell stop, please? You're making me go crazy, game. Yeah, this all seems pretty standard. This is, like, literally the tutorial should just be, have you played Total War? If yes, you probably have a at least vague idea of what the hell you're doing. Where am I getting raided from then? Raiders near. Raiders where?
Yes, sire.
It's very difficult for me to actually answer that question because of embargoes, but I'm still playing it. If it wasn't holding up, I wouldn't be playing it. But there's definitely some things that are very much like, wow, that's very early access of you. Things like whole mechanics like surrendering isn't an option. It's like, what? Why would you make a video game and not let me surrender? Apparently there's bandits near. 1 day away. Behind this down here. Enemy unit spotted. Where? There? Okay. Well, we're about to get our first combat. So it seems to be 18 brigands. It's okay, I've got 36 plus 36 archers as well. Kill them with knives. They have the high ground though, so we're clearly screwed. Actually, you know what? I don't want to just charge. I want them to just line up. Yeah, it's just a review embargo. but anybody who's been around this channel for a while has definitely seen me just go, eh, peace. Wait, what? Are you for real? Did they just like run up? All right, well, to hell with this. Where's the nearest baddie camp? There's a baddie camp. Let's go kill this bandit camp. I have these mercenaries. I might as well use them. If they just like ran away that easily, like what? Grumble. What game is? Most wish listed game is on Steam. This game. Enemy unit has been... Oh, so we are getting... Game, would you make up your goddamn mind? Am I getting attacked or am I not? It's like super unclear. It's like they left and mission completed. Okay, I will. To battle. Everybody's very, very, very fatigued and like kind of done with life. And you know what? I don't blame them. Why can't I select you? There you go. You too. I don't even know where they are. Way ahead. Okay. You two start running. But so essentially, the reason I'm like eye rolling at the game right now is because the game just spent the last like year telling me that I'm about to get attacked, right? Then the enemy's attacked, and then immediately it's like, victory! They're gone, mission completed. What does that mean? I want to know if I'm getting attacked. The fuck? Also, I'm pretty sure the icon for these guys is over here. The dudes themselves are here. There's something kind of funny about that. It's like, there's nobody here. But why? Why icons so far that way? Heavy infantry! Anyway, they're all right here. Fortunately, they're still quite far away from my dudes. Although I think they're moving forward, so why don't we just get them to shoot? This is bad. I mean, I realize they're archers, but we'll just do this. I wonder if there's friendly fire with archers, because we still have these ones back here. Just be mercenaries killing mercenaries. Well, they've only lost one dude so far. How about them? They've lost two. Hey, okay, so more of the bads are losing than us. Now let's see, are we friendly firing? I guess I'll never find out, will I? They're also very, very fatigued because I had them literally sprinting around the entire map multiple times. I'll shut my camera off so we can see this. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie. At the very small scale, kind of underwhelming, the combat. However, I have a feeling this is something that would get a lot better with scale. Like, when the scale gets larger, I have a feeling that's going to get pretty cool. I could be completely wrong, but I gotta say, I feel like that'll get a lot cooler with scale. What a letdown? Yeah, no, I tend to agree. So, biggest issues I have with the game right now is just like, it doesn't always do and by doesn't always, usually doesn't do a very good job of actually like communicating what the fuck you're supposed to be doing. Or how you're supposed to do it. Like, it's got a lot of information communication issues, but that's something that, I say this a lot on stream, so some people may have heard me say this before. Have you ever heard of the concept of solo developer syndrome. Chat room, where it's just like some things are super, super, super clear to the person who's been working on it for the last 15 years, but the people playing it are like, the fuck's that? Like, it's the where's the any button kind of, where's the any key kind of problem, right? And that's very much the vibe that I'm getting from this. Like, it all seems really well put together, but there's just like a lot of oddities that are like, oh, well, this would be really clear if you told me, but like it's not because you didn't, which isn't necessarily the fault of the game. In my experience, it usually just means it's like long-term oversight, I suppose. Oh, that's interesting. So doing this actually stops them from being able to do other jobs. So it did actually mention this earlier, artisan workers. It gave me a tutorial thing earlier stating what artisan workers were, but what it didn't do is it didn't tell me that I had to do that at the houses, I don't think. I could be completely wrong there, but... All right, well, we've got some time to just build up now. Like, board game rules that make sense to the one that made them up. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And they only make sense once you've played them and seen them all 3 times. But yeah, I'll say that this is starting, this is definitely starting to make some sense. I think what we need to do right now is just tank the taxes down to null. We can just have like a happy month. No taxes this month. We overcharged you the past few. Whoopsies. No refunds. We got 4 free houses right now, so let's just like let things roll for a few seconds here. Let's see how general happiness goes. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this is one of those games that I feel like would be very hard to not build a super organic looking town, but I don't know, people manage to surprise me all the time with how inorganic they manage to make things look, so. Moved stuff from the saw pit making firewood over to the gatherer's hut to start gathering berries. It's also producing, or should be, producing herbs. Still telling me my generic storage is full, which I think is just that bug that we encountered earlier. I'm going to need to put somebody into the granary. Substance is probably the biggest horror example of a solo dev. Subsistence. Subsistence. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
We all know what that means.
I just need to get this approval rating up above. We're not even taxing them, so they should stop getting mad with the... For a second. This should be a very happy... This bandits stole my tools. God damn it. Actually, hold on. Where are those bandits? Because I was heading towards fighting them. Because this is something I need to go destroy. This. I do really like that bandits exist in the world and physically walk into your home and steal your stuff. I do really like that. I think that's possibly the coolest thing that this game's doing. I really hope that at some point it starts to do the, I don't think this is a thing. Oh, hey, shit. We actually have diplomacy now. Rather, I haven't clicked this button in a while. Pleasure to meet you. Sending them a hello. Herbs, starting with a business called Herbs, selling herbs, and then insist that they pronounce your name with an H. And the plants with a silent H, so it's herbs. Herbs selling herbs. Is that what it is? Are you going to live in an urban environment while it's doing all this? Yeah, so the frame rate on stuff does get way lower when you zoom out. Like, start to teleport at a point. Pretty obvious. Just waiting for some people to move in. It's it's herb herbs, yes. Herb herbs. Herb herbs. I like this troll. You should commit to this bit. Also, the cloud cover moving over is a lovely touch. God, this game's pretty looking. Trees twitching in the wind as they do. Trees slowly growing in the background. Definitely, it's very much a less gritty farthest frontier with better combat. Her urban herbs. It's Irby's Urban Herbs by Herbs Irby. Anyway, hi Hobo, welcome back. This is Manor Lords, Creed. This is the most wishlisted game on Steam right now. Comes out on the 26th. I keep on wanting to say 28th, but 2 million wish lists, which is ridiculous. Wild animals have migrated. Does that mean that number go up? I hope so. Now the ruler's army was sighted. Noted. That seems bad. And I'm in an ad break. Where is this enemy army? They're over there again. At least that gives me something to shoot for. It's still just the saw pit. It's still just the saw pit. It's always the friggin' saw pit. The game's just like, you've got too many logs here. It's like, they're getting turned into boards. Stop it. Why this building no have mute button? This game looks sick. Well, we should get it some Advil then. But welcome back, Hobo. Hopefully your Friday's been good. We're just waiting for an advertisement to end currently. All right, we should be through. I have kind of a theory with town builders. And chat room, you guys can, like, maybe let me know what you guys think about this statement as well. I'd be kind of curious to hear it. My theory is that if I'm running the game at full speed at all times, like if I have the game maxed out speed-wise, the game is poorly paced. Chat, can we get a round of beers? Chris would like you to post beers, chat. I think that means we need to build a tavern, but in order to do that, I need to do that. Hey, we got another family. Hallelujah. Got another family member. We've got a total of what? Hold on. 15 level 1 families and 5 level 2 families. Was leveling them up to level 2? I don't know what that icon is. What is that icon? Roof tiles. It's probably resources, right? You know, I really like the music, but I really wish it was chill more of the time. Like, kind of stressing me out. Like, this is such high-pressure music, guys. Roof tiles are there. They're made out of clay. Require a clay furnace. Okay. Well, there's our clay deposit. Kind of don't like the way the mines look. I think the mines look really ugly. Like, I don't know. I wish they had a better aesthetic for the mines. Okay, food supply's going up, fuel supply's good. We have imported some mail armor. What else can I import? Actually, I could just import roof tiles. Why don't I do that? They're rather expensive once again, but we can work on that. Because I've already imported a surplus of armor, so... And we're still selling hides and planks. All right, well. This game's still a vibe, though. Not gonna lie, it's still a vibe. Very, very chill. Speedy, what up? Thanks for the 82nd month. Welcome back. You mad, lad? Oh, I mean, it's Baroque music, so... This music can go for Baroque. That's why it reminds you of The Witcher. We have a very good food variety. We got berries, meat, bread, eggs, vegetables. I should actually, what I should do is I should very much just make another one of those carts. Which wherever it was. Allowing you to send and receive goods between this and another region in your command. Oh god. That might become a lot, actually.
Bing bong, watching on YT.
Cheers, bro doing. Thanks for the $1. Appreciate you, man. But Chatham, can I get a big round of beers for both Speedy and No Bro doing? For the $1. And for the 82nd month at tier 3. That's as high as a resub as you can have, and I can tell you he's had it the whole time. How's Manor Lords? I'm still playing it. It's interesting. It's nice to play a new game like this. It runs way better than the last demo I played, so... I haven't really gotten far enough in to give you an actual solid opinion. Like, genuine statement there. Because that's going to just make bread appear, which is pretty good. Even though it costs money. Like, it's good to just have bread appearing. Okay, so I got roof tiles now, which should create a roof tile stall. Other ruler armies was spotted. Slowly starts giving us access to higher end houses. 6 planks. What's the saw pit doing? We're probably out like selling a lot of our planks right now. Like to have 50 surplus of planks instead of 6. Although these are going to make me go into debt for a little bit, which is fine. We've been calling them Neds. Super basic, Bob. The reason we've been calling them Neds is because there is a typo in this game where it says that you need Ned morale. It says Ned morale needs to increase to get more migrants or people to move in. It means to say needs higher morale, but it says NED. So I've been calling them Neds. So in my current stance on this game is that the canon way to refer to people in this game is Neds. And people who disagree, Ned not apply. You wonder if Neds and Urists would get along? You know, from now on, I'm just going to call all humans in Dwarf Fortress Neds. I'm just going to do that. Goddamn wall of Neds. Yeah, I also need to import those roof tiles so I can make the church less clunky. Oh, also the worst part about this game, check this out. I don't have a single lower note to make it, to actually play Ode to Joy and the bell sounds. It's a broken game. Just needs one lower bell sound. That's all it needs. And it should give you an achievement for playing Ode to Joy. What's going on in this neck of the woods? We're, well, chopping them down pretty rapidly, actually. That's why this forest is going back pretty quickly. But what's going on? You know, exploring new video game. Which happens to be quite pretty. Currently, I'm just waiting for people to move in. I think if this approval rating goes up by one more, then... Why am I... Oh, wow. So that's interesting. If you're taxing them, they stay mad at you for a really long time. And it takes a while for it to deplete down to zero. That's... Huh. People in this game hold grudges. That's actually really funny. Like, really funny. I mean, like, I get it. Like, don't get me wrong. I get it. So 7 at level 2 or higher. 3 houses at level 3 or higher. Yeah, okay. So previous one, it was what? 20, like minus 22 on taxation, and we've gone down to minus 17 on tax, because I'm not taxing them at all right now. They sound whiny to me, but I mean, sure, if you want to say patriot. Could say that too, I guess. Kind of watching this. Right now, the market has some clothing, which isn't satisfying everybody all the way. Okay, so this is kind of funny. It's like, I have the tiles, apparently. Okay, no, I have 4 roof tiles. I'm trying to get up to 10. All right, well, makes sense. I am going to pause the food cart, though, just so that we can earn money a little bit quicker. So that I can get the roof tiles so I can upgrade the church. Because that's what I'm trying to do, is just upgrade the church. Because that'll just... Yeah, a lot of these houses need a higher church level, so... And I also need to get them ale and a tavern, but can only really do so much at a time. Could go try and kill this bandit camp, but... The real... Well, actually, they're probably there. They're just sitting there. Whiny? Patriots, what's the difference? Some people are complaining for the sake of complaining. Some people are complaining because they claim that they care about their country. I guess was what I would say would be the difference. All right, well, we're up to 5 roof tiles. Yeah, let's just like let's just speed time up and just let the morale increase a little bit. While we sit here and look at the town. Oh boy. Yeah, no. I mean, there is a lot of reasons why I don't have kids, and surprisingly enough, that's why I don't have kids, man. All right, well, we've got some more families. People have moved in. Yep. Still at low population growth. We're not at great approval just yet. But at least the anger from taxation has gone down. Also just gonna pause the firewood cart as well. Selling planks and hides, trying to make us some money. Try and get slight more with that. So we're exporting you. Bandit camp was sighted. So there's 2 over there. There's actually 3. No, there's just 2. That looks like a bandit camp at a glance, but I actually don't know where the bandits are for this one. Well, congratulations, Pando. I have a question. Why does everybody have a checkered past? I would prefer to have a chess past, because honestly, chess is a better game. Or like a go past, you know? Let's employ some more traders. Or checkmate. And there you go. Checkmate Republic. If you will. Yeah, quite literally just waiting until I have enough tiles that I can upgrade this is literally all I'm waiting on right now. Hopefully that other ruler's army is dealing with those bandit camps for me. Things seem pretty balanced right now, though. We also have a new family that just moved in, so I'm going to increase you. Get some more meat up in here. Regional wealth is kind of low. Yeah, it's solid. I think it's a wee bit on the slow side right now. If I were to point at anything where I'm just like, right now about this, it is a little slow. But that's a very common early access problem.
It gets raining like this in the life of it out there.
I thought I paused you. I did. I paused you. You should stop costing me money. The heck? Why do you have a pause button if I can't stop you from costing me money? Otherwise, I guess I will just delete this food cart then. Go away. I need these roof tiles. Literally just 6 of them. Speaking of literally just 6 of them, how are we doing over here? No helmets are being made. This is out? Nope. It's out on the 26th. Creators and Sorry while I vomit in the corner. Influencers. Get it early. So I get it early because I'm special. That's just what's going on. So yeah, turns out pausing these does nothing. So, the hell? Yes, healthy. Cough, cough. Yes, influencers. Yes, winky face. I'm actually trying to remember what was the last game that I got early, so just so that I could stream it because I was actually that interested in that game. It's been a while. Like, it's been a long time. Because I get offers for like a lot of game keys, but these days, and this is gonna sound like kind of me just complaining, I get a lot of offers for demos. It's like, play this demo 3 days early. It's like, I don't care about your goddamn demo. Tell me when the game is ready. Like, I'm not the sort of person who likes covering demos. I'm totally fine with early access stuff, but it's like, demos, everybody can play those. What's the point? Well, I can tell you with 5.5 hours in, I'm pretty enthralled, although the combat's been pretty disappointing so far. Because it's very limited in the early access build. Like, you don't have any real diplomacy options either from the looks of things. Like, although I should probably click on this a little bit more. Hold on, war surprise? I could declare war surprise, which is funny. I shouldn't do that. I can tell him to give me money. Send me money! Maybe he'll commit war surprise then. Yeah, I also like the demo. It just ran like shit for me. Oh no! Ran out of animals to hunt. So I got a few extra Neds around. So I'm assuming in the pasture I can have multiple types of livestock. Wow, the sheep's all... Wow, okay, I can actually rename the sheeps. That's funny. What do I need? I'll put 2 of you over here. Zoom out a little bit. And maybe make a second hunting tent. It's going well, Bob. And yourself? I'm really curious if I completely deplete one of these zones, if that completely kills them. Okay, so all these are locked in early access. Cool. I will say, it still feels very unfinished. Like, it's not a bad thing, but it does feel very unfinished. Literally just waiting for this guy to get to me. Sean, Shirley, Timmy, Timmy's mom, Nuts, twins, and there you go. That's my sheep's names. Well, that's rude. Hold on, actually, where does he go? So walks just off the map, goes to the trading spot, and then comes back. Huh. I want to watch him do the route back. It's kind of funny that I can't follow him off the map. Our lead ram can be download more. I think is the correct response. Yeah, that's this game need desperate. This game is like sitting here screaming for a Sabaton, like DLC. Although I will say, knowing Paradox's dumbness, Paradox has probably like paid them for the exclusive rights to do that in video games. Although actually that's not true. They have music in both World of War Tanks. What tank game? Whatever, the old man tank game. That's what we'll call it. It's like farming sim. His old man tractor sim. All right. Can I upgrade the church yet? God damn it. What do I need to do to be able to upgrade the church, man? I have 12 roof tiles. What? 53 stone, 40 planks. Okay. 8, like, tons of timber. I guess they need to be moved from here to here, right?
Let's go, people.
Move shit, please. Yeah, there's only 9 planks in here. Or 9 roof tiles in here. Holy shit, that's a lot of firewood. Okay, can I build it now? Hey, okay. We're upgrading the church. I'm waiting until the game starts suddenly yelling at me that I'm homeless. Okay, so I need more houses, actually. Do they? It seems like they do have to be in the storage building, yes. So after we're done upgrading the church size, embiggening the church, we'll make more houses. The people are almost, are getting close to forgetting how much I charge them in taxes for no actual gain. No, that isn't World of Tanks, is it? I thought that was, the other one. War Thunder. Wasn't that the one that does that? Yeah, it's them who are constantly leaking. It's like them and Arma. I mean, maybe it's happened with War Tanks, World of War Tanks as well. While I'm still playing it, I think the combat's a little bit disappointing so far. Lazy man. Can't you make tiles with clay? Certainly, but I've been very limited on population. So, because population didn't start increasing, it was just faster to import them. I can actually stop importing them now. But yeah, I could, but like, trading exists for a reason in video games, right? It's okay. Games know what their audience is. I mean, World of Tanks is literally like Call of Duty, but for people who are 55 plus. Like it's that audience. I shall witness the construction of my glorious church. Look at all of the great indoctrination that will happen in this building. The human sacrifices will be glorious, and my cape will flow through my ass still, because, you know, it's been many years and we haven't figured out cape physics yet. Oh, that's World of Warships? Okay. So what's World of War Tanks then? 35 to 45? I don't even know. I've never played any of these video games. I'm just judging from a distance. I do really like the whole, you can level up your houses to produce stuff. That stuff's kind of neat. But we're going to need taverns. So actually the thing that I should be importing is alcohol. Is alcohol food? No, it is not. Is alcohol commodity? Now, alcohol is commodity, okay? Which means it's expensive. No, we'll wait. We'll get there. I will say, pretty bluntly, there's almost no Bannerlord in this game. The only real, like, connection to Bannerlord that I've found, or like Mountain Blade, is the fact that it's called Manor Lord. Shen, thanks for the raid, man. What's up, dude? Were you plutzing around in this world too, or were you guys doing something else? Sup, coach? Good? Fine? Hope you're doing well. Hello? What's up, Puddin' Farts? No, I mean, for me, from what I've played of this so far, it really feels like kind of the faction warfare stuff of some of the Stronghold games, with a town builder on top of it, and a little bit of, like, Total War combat. I mean, there are battles, but the battles I've seen so far have been very small and disappointing. I think saying that it's like Bannerlord gives people the wrong impression, because they expect that you can drive. You don't. It's like, the combat's like Total War. This to me feels like somebody took ideas from Banished and other town builders, took a little bit of Total War and mashed it in there, and a little bit of Stronghold and mashed it in there. And by Stronghold, I mean like the part where you're kind of building a castle with serfs around the edge, managing a town. It's like, it's a city builder. This isn't Bannerlord. So like, remember, the world, the open world or whatever you want, the region, this is it, right? It's not huge. Like, this isn't on the scale of Mountain Blade. It's not even close. I think people make that connection in their brain because of the name of the game. Mods, can I get a shout out for Shen Plays? If you guys don't know who Shen is, Shen plays games with a variety of management and is very generously rating us with a very large number of people. So thank you so much, Shen. Hope your stream was good. You already did? Oh, I completely missed it. Well, living up to my name, I guess. Thanks, Elfie. Now it's on cooldown. Well, thanks, Shen. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? Please don't drown them. Looks like War Tales graphically. Yeah. Similar kind of aiming for realism deal. Gosh darn, that's a lot of beer. Can't chug that fast. Okay. More consistent. Yeah, no, the Manor Lords Raiders very much have like, and there's also this bug in the game right now where eternally the saw pit tells me that my storage is full. Which kind of sucks because there's a log in it. So it's like your storage is full because there's a log in it, but it's like it's being made into planks. So like, why are you telling me that my storage is full? All right, well, we're still working on this. Still working on the church. Once we've worked on the church, we're going to make some more housing, which is actually not bad that we hit winter before this because it's going to massively increase my fuel needs. Yeah, it's very light Total War, you know? I think that people associate this with Bannerlord because it's called Manor Lord, which I don't blame you. I have about 100 hours in Songs of Six, yes. I've never played the Guild, so I couldn't tell you. Never played any of the Guild games. Maybe chat can elaborate on that one a little bit more. But yeah, it's not a game that I've ever played, so do not know. But it doesn't seem to have any of like the behind the scenes stuff that the guild has. You know, fun fact, the only Settlers game I've played is Settlers 7, which I've heard is terrible, so I got it used years after it came out. Darius, thanks for being the first person to gift a pack of subscriptions. Thanks, mate. For the 4-pack. But no, Settlers wasn't a franchise that was particularly accessible around where I live. Same with like the Anno games. Like those games didn't show up until they invented a thing called Dawn of Discovery, which isn't like, well, I mean, it is Anno, but it isn't even called Anno. So I didn't know that the Anno franchise existed until Anno 2205, I think, came out. Whichever the first like futuristic one was the first Anno game I remember seeing. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack. Thank you so much. I think you guys just doubled the number of gift subs today. Maybe higher than that. No, there is no fighting. Like, you can walk around like this guy. You can walk around. That's it. You can walk and you can run. There is no interactions. Like, this is purely a novelty point of view thing, right? So there is no fighting in this, right? You cannot fight as a soldier in battle, which is why it's like, maybe pump the brakes if you're expecting Mountain Blade, because it's not that. I think I'll put houses down here, possibly. Nope, there is, or if you can jump, I haven't found the button for it. How much timber do I have? Decent amount. I think what I actually am going to need to do is I'm going to need to set up another logging camp elsewhere. We'll be okay. And then probably a logging camp down here. Is it 2070? It's 2205 was the second one, right? Okay. Well, I played in 2070 when I bought it on sale for not a lot of money and thought it was fine. I really wish I could click on these without having to, like, recruit to them. All right, well, whatever. It's not totally clear. Okay, well, how are people feeling now? Church levels fit. We need ale is what I need now. Which means I need the money to import ale, which means I need to go to the trading post and I need to open up ale trading. Which I can afford now. Just barely. And I'm going to import it and say import maybe 30. Try to import up to 30. I'm still exporting hides. Still exporting planks. I've stopped importing roof tiles. All right. Still play it at times? I always have to say that, like, the Anno games are some of the best, like, desktop background video games ever made. Like, they're just really pretty looking. I never quite know, actually, like, how I feel about them as games, but they always look really pretty. Okay, I'm going to... import to another oxen. Try and just get some ox. Or actually, is it ox that I can butcher? Oh, I could export lambs. Well, that's interesting. Let's export lambs. Once I have 10, we'll start exporting them. Oxen drag stuff for me? Yeah, but like, I wonder if I can breed them once I have one. If it's that kind of thing or not. And then the other thing that I need to build is a tavern, which I can get over here. Now, where do you put tavern? Does tavern go right next to church? Because, you know, you got to recover from church somehow, right? Tavern's surprisingly cheap, gotta say. Don't have enough eggs, that's for sure. Okay, so we are actively importing ale. Well, the thing is, my region is terrible for farming. Otherwise, I would be totally, like, trying to... Oh. It's like, start doing that. Well, they didn't actually buy any. Okay, never mind. We got 3 ale. Well, it'll take a little bit, but we'll get there. A brothel next to the church? I don't think I can build brothels. Very unrealistic game. Chat room, to anybody who's played this game, does this game have an overlay that, like, shows me what level my houses are? Because at a glance, they all look identical to me until I hover over them, and that's going to get really tedious. Just constantly hovering over. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Good suggestion. Hadn't tried hitting tab yet. Still kind of small numbers, but I guess that's the level. That's the completion percentage. Yeah, no, that's what I was talking about. It tells me what the levels of the houses are. It's nifty. You produce ale from malt. So I could make this house into a brewery. But then I would have to import malt. Which can't be that expensive, right? How much is it to import malt? I mean, actually, what I could do... I could just import... I'm assuming rye? Oh, hold on, let's just check. Resources. Where's barley? Organic. What's up, all my systems go? Wheat, eggs, lamb, Oh, there's ale. Okay, so it is barley. So malt requires 1 barley. So I could just import barley. I'm assuming rye is to make bread. So yeah, let's try and just import barley. Because I can't really grow it right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop importing ale, and we're going to swap to barley. Once I have the money for it. It's only 72. That's cheap enough. Let's just get some more traders working. Increase the speed at which stuff works. More families is moving in. And I'm pretty sure I built another hunter shop. There it is. Let's get you functioning. Let's drop down the hunting limit on this one. But also, actually because of the time of year, I know I moved a bunch of people around. The question is to where? You there. Over to that. Just gonna drop you down by 1 and move you over to there. This game is a little too pretty for your PC to handle. I'll tell you this, I'm running everything maxed out. Like, actually, I'm curious. Now I'm curious, because, like, I do this whenever I have games maxed out. It's like, what happens if I just... Is there, like, no... Okay, let's just set everything to low. Actually, just kind of curious. Oh. I don't know. Is that too pretty for your PC to handle? We're back in, What's funny is the frame rate's actually worse now. Like, at least for me. Frames are worse now. It's like, we're back in 2008. Kind of does look like RuneScape, actually, if I zoom in a little bit. Yeah, that is actually very RuneScape. You're not wrong. That's actually it's like a mid 2000s MMO. Actually, hold on. Let me do this. Okay, if only I could zoom out on this guy a little bit more. You know what this kind of looks like Worm actually. Oh yeah, no, I think the motion blur turned back on. Let me turn that off. I love how it just, like, you can completely disable grass. That's funny. I'm not even seeing motion blur now. Where did that go? Well, whatever. Let's turn it back up. Yeah, but RuneScape was also, like, a free thing that ran in a browser, right? All effects go. Still building houses over here.
Perhaps it was simply a bad batch. These things do happen from time to time.
Give you carrots, which does cost me money. Because I want to have, like, some decent vegetable variety. No. I mean, it's very, like most MMOs from that era, it was just utility-based graphics, right? Kind of surprised these houses don't require stone, considering there's literally stone all over them. It's like the entire base of them is stone. We'll just leave that area there as is for a little bit. Okay, well, we're up to 50 bucks already. Taxes are doing okay. We are taxing people, but, like, it's very low taxes right now. It's like the minimum taxes. And they seem to be quite happy with the church and the market variety and everything, so I think we're actually pretty good to just keep taxing a little bit. Oh, I'll bet you that the stuff getting stolen by bandits is traders. Half the time, too. Make you into a brewery as well. So basically what I need is I need to go to construction. And we need barley. We need to grow barley. Is there anywhere here I can grow barley? Or do I just need to wait until I can claim something? I guess I just need to wait until I can claim. Yeah, everywhere here just sucks for barley. We need to claim this area real bad. I love how it's just like, my region, horrible for barley. Like, 10 meters to the left, great for barley. Talk about grass is greener. Well, once this number here gets above 1,000, I can claim another region. And I think that's gained by giving food to the church. So let's just increase that a little bit. If I can get that a little faster. Also, and conquering bandit camps as well. Well, where's the nearest bandit camp? Here's a bandit camp. Let's go, So I guess it's basically just like the amount of spears that you have. That's what populates that. I don't really want to hire mercenaries, so... Let's go see if I can just, you know, punch the crap out of a bandit camp. What could go wrong? Just walk, please. Don't tire your asses out.
Ready to work the fellas, me lord.
Thank you very much, Surf. Now get out there and shovel cow shit. How you doing, Dolphin? Thank you very much for the 3rd month with Prime. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Always check your Prime subs chat room. This game does do my favorite town builder thing, though, which is trees come growing back all the time. Any town builder where trees just like a miracle appear out of the ground make me happy. How would taxes for giving food to church be negative, not like they are burning the food so you only get Ned's you in the village? No, I mean, I guess so. It's like running a food bank. But I love how it's just like, approval, great! I'm meanwhile sending all of the like able-bodied men with spear to go stab enemy in head. Anyway, this place is great! It's just kind of funny. Saving finished. Well, let's... We're gonna go and try and conquer this bandit camp. Are they up a hill? Okay, so let's actually... Just plop them back here. So you guys get to see some of the very basic combat. You know, you got stand your ground, push forward, missile alert, give ground, and all that jazz. Apparently there's mercenary companies available, which, I mean, how much do they cost? Oh, it's just the same dudes? Okay, fine. We're good. Can't even tell what direction they're facing. I'm assuming they'll just face the enemy. All right, who's ready for a very brief fight? I'm playing it. So if I wasn't playing, I wouldn't play it if it wasn't good, but I can't give you direct statements as to whether or not it's good or not because I am embargoed for review embargo. Okay, that is downhill, so we should be good. Get 'em, boys! It's early access, I'll put it that way. There's definitely things that are very clearly missing, but it runs a lot better than the original demo I was given. Okay, some of them have helmets. Because I want enough influence to be able to claim this region. Get him, duders! Tell him to run. This might actually be empty. I wonder if they're just, like, not here. That'd be kind of funny. Yeah, I think this area is empty, so we'll capture this one. And then go get the other one, which is... where? When searching through the enemy belongings, you find a stash of goods. It could be sent to your people who surely need them. Though, it is your right to keep it. Send resources to nearest town. Belongs to my treasury. Yeah, I'm right. It's fine. All right, wasn't there another one around here? Maybe not. Maybe the other army destroyed it. We just raided the raiders. Oh, there's the other two, right? Okay. But I guess my biggest thing for this game right now is I'm just really curious to see what it ends up looking like. For lack of a better term. Thought it was unpaused, but it wasn't. I'm really curious to see what this game looks like in, like, even just like a week. Because games like this, to me, live and die basically based on the speed at which they develop. So it's like, if they're developing quickly, then we're in a good spot. If they don't develop quickly, well, then you're in not so good of a spot. So here's hoping that this game develops at a good pace and people are satisfied with it. And we can open up the tavern briefly. Because I just need enough money to be able to trade for barley. I need 72 dolled hairs. Oh, wait. Added new cow today. Yep, added 14 hairs to the oxen model. Cape no longer clips through ass. We just need the traders to come back from another route, out and about. Curious if the, okay, yeah, the tavern's already out of booze. Steady supply available. Okay, well, let's remove these guys from here right now. I've got tools. What do you... Shit ton of firewood. I should sell firewood. Like, I should stop exporting planks and instead export firewood. What's firewood sell for? How is firewood not a commodity? Come on. Oh, that's cheap to export. Say 200 is what I want, but it's super cheap to export. So we're gonna export some firewood. You can buy barley in our cash shop, yeah. Yeah, there we go. So this is actually gonna drop down my supply of firewood, but hey, it's money. A lot of people working in trade. Pretty, I kind of wish the trading was a little bit more, what's the word? Nuanced? That's very much just like push button set up trade route. Like I wish I was like deciding where to send them for the trade routes and stuff. Got the one ox, right? The percentage just killed it. Sorry about that. But you also have to like make sure that you have enough, right? So type in exclamation point tickets and then the amount. Wow. Bandits just stole a bunch of stuff from me. Oh, okay. So bandits stole clothing supply, which has just greatly lowered the general approval of me. So it's like, I guess the worst thing that you can have happen right now in the game is just like you were supplying a group with something and they're no longer supplied with it. Really kind of sucks I can't, like, tell my local militia to just, like, patrol the region or something. I wonder if that's possible in the future. Later in any of these tech trees or anything. Because, like, I keep getting robbed, and it's like, I get it. I have to go out and, like, stab things, but, like, why do I have to go all the way here to kill their camp? Why can't I just, like, defend this region? Oh, you already have the game. Because I am a person on the internet with an audience who works to help make all of you go, oh God, me need game because he have game and game look great. And then you throw money at window screen monitor thingy the second it is on sale because you go, oh, it looked great because so-and-so play it. That's how I have game already. Because they want you to buy it. Also, we're in an ad break, so I'm going to pause. Also, hi, Kokoro. How you doing? Fear of missing out? Yeah. So the idea is I play game early, so you get jelly. And then when you get jelly, you gain FOMO. And when you gain FOMO, you buy it quicker when it goes on sale without thinking. Because that's my job, is to make you not think, just buy. So instead of thinking, you should subscribe to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL and buy my merch. What? Weird. That came out of nowhere. Hi. I'm Greg. I play video games on the internet. Something came over me there for a second. It was weird. No thoughts. Consume! Exactly. No, I'm enjoying this. This is fun. It'll be worth the wait. But got a lot of tutorials for adventure mode to make before this. Happy Saturday. How you doing? Ugh. Hope you're doing all right. I'm going to say this for the, like, umpteenth time. There is no way to join your soldiers like in Mountain Blade. I don't know how else to keep saying this. I feel like if this game's going to run into any trouble during its launch, it's going to be because for some reason people think you can join your soldiers because you can be this dude and you can walk around. That is what you can do. You can run forwards and backwards and side to side. There is no way to join your soldiers. That's it. So it's like, this isn't Mountain Blade. Unless I'm completely missing out on something, and that is not the gist I'm getting. Like, I can tell my soldiers to rally right here, right? Boom. I can click on them. There is no button to join them. Give ground. Slowly pushes the formation line backwards. Okay. Missile alert. Soldiers will watch out for enemy missiles. Default stance. Stand your ground. Disband. Walk. Hold. Like, it's not that kind of game, guys. This ain't Mountain Blade. Like, straight up, it's just not a thing. I think I have enough money to do the thing that I wanted to do now, which is start importing malt. Wait, no, that's the wrong one. This one. Or more specifically, barley. Let's say 50. And then, which one was it?
My sub is old enough for BA. Kripke.
Hell yeah, Gristeth. Thanks for continuing to keep that sub alive. Means a lot. Yeah, it's these two. Think. Or does that mean that they need it? So you produce ale from malt. So in order to make malt, I don't think I need a separate trading depot, do I? Malt house, that's what I need. Oh, it's barley. Which I know that that's what I'm ordering. I don't know why I said that out loud, but... Okay, you could go right there. So just plop you right there. So plop you over there, over here. All right, Bob Barley, you go right there. Which means I need to unassign somebody from something. Where's my linens? All right, we should be okay for clothing right now. So in that case, I'm gonna go over to you. Okay, so I think all my houses are full again. Yep, let's make some more housing. Let's do that. So let's go to you right here. Big enough that I can fit 2 houses in here. That's nice. Yeah, we'll do that. That's this bizarre little, like, camera shake thing whenever I build stuff, and I don't know why it does that. Kind of wish it wouldn't. Probably something I can turn off, but... Okay, so one of these won't have a second function, but that's okay. Let's demolish these two. I like the position of those two. We'll think about that for later. Just do these two for right now. Okay, money go up. No barley just yet. No barley just yet. This should be the highest priority, though. Shrine's just medium priority. There they go. Putting together that malt house. Round of beer for that malt house. And also, Grista, thank you very much once again for the 21st month. I'll have you know that your sub's been able to drink Burr in Canada for a while. And Europe for even longer. Yeah, no, honestly, this game's just super chill. That is my thoughts on it. It's super chill. Kind of amazed I don't actually have a... Also, like, you know, with my taxes quietly running in the background, I actually have enough for some decent mercenaries now. Like, if I needed to hire mercenaries, well, there's very few options. But, I mean, I could at the very least hire them for a chunk of time now. Sir Sub. I was a... True story, I was a Cherno sub for quite some time, too. Okay, so we're just going to let them... There we go. We do actually have the barley imports. Barley imports have been done. We're just going to get these 2 houses done here. Once these 2 houses is done, then we're going to employ them at the barley house. Get that malt rolling. That's house number 1. This game is so pretty. Like, goddamn. Although we are kind of, like, lacking in the everything but the meat variety. Makes me kind of feel like we should start just importing flour or something. Or, like, stuff for, like... Just literally just wait for this number to go up so I can claim the neighboring thing. Okay, well... Those 2 houses are done. We'll get you there. So we can get that barley made into malt. There we go. We now have malt. That was fast. Way faster than I feel like it should be, even. Blacksmith, armor shop. So I just need to wait for some more money to upgrade some of these two breweries. Level you up. Although no extra hands to do it. All right, we're okay for food for right now, so I can remove you from here.
Gave the old ox a hand with a month old grain. He spat it in my face and tried to carve me a new nipple.
Yeah, I have a feeling the "are you able to control your soldiers" is just going to be something that people are going to be asking, or "are you able to join your soldiers" is just going to be something people will ask until this game is released and people played it themselves. Which I kind of get it. You know, fun fact, Limalicious was the first channel with more than like a viewer to raid me back in the day, like 2014 or something. It's like randomly just like 200 people piled into my stream. Very long time ago. Like I've stated this in the past, but I don't know if I would have made it this far if I hadn't gotten those raids back then. Long after the game is out, too. True. No, then it's when will we be able to join the soldiers, not can we join the not can we join the soldiers. It'll just then quite literally be a, yeah. Okay, well, we're getting you done slowly. So where does malt go? Okay, so we're actually getting a surplus of ale now, and a family just moved in. So we are actually producing ale pretty quickly. Like, something that I'll say about this game that's just kind of interesting, like, I'm so used to playing games like this where it's like, okay, so in order to do a thing, I need to line up a new building, right? Like, that's how a lot of games like this work, where it's like, you produce an item, you get the item, and then you build a new building to make that item into a new item. Right? But this game doesn't really do that. Instead of make a new building, you repurpose an old building, which is weird because most city builders that I've played in my life, it's all about like slowly expanding. This game feels like it's almost the opposite. Which, like, I guess that's the dedication to realism thing, right? Because like these medieval towns were never huge. But it's just, it's such a different way of doing things. It's like, well, okay, you want alcohol. Well, then you literally just upgrade your housing and then make your dudes do it for you, you know? And that is neat. Don't get me wrong. It's really neat. It just requires some brain realignment. Bandit camp was sighted. Where? Are there actually bandits there right now? I mean, how many brigands is there? Same dudes. I kind of want to just like hire some mercenaries to go deal with them for me. Okay, that's where they're coming from.
Yes, sire.
Don't run. Just walk. Well, they don't have too far to go, fortunately. I'm gonna try and fight these bandits again. Because these are just a bunch of unarmed duders, right? Like, with like... Okay, never mind. They do actually have some gear, but... I'd rather just completely outnumber them. And that's what we'll do, is we'll put them onto fire at will. I don't know which one of these guys... I'm going to assume that means that every single one of these soldiers is named William. So that when they start shooting, they will make sure to hit Will, right? Yeah, it's Total War style battles. Like, people read the name of this game and they assume that it's very similar to, like... Mountain Blade, right? Because of the name Manor Lord, people think of that and they immediately associate it with Banner Lord. But yeah, it's like very light Total War is what the combat is, which is neat because like I can't really think outside of maybe Songs of Six. I can't really think of another city builder that has battles that take place on a map. Okay, so they are starting to fight with me. Actually, let's just hold. Where's the hold button? Hold! Go there and run to positions. Because they don't actually have that much range. So they have 16 dudes. I have 36 and 36. We should win just smacking them, but I'm hoping these guys have some sort of sidearms. And then this dude's just like walking through. Look at this guy. He's going on a walk. He's probably a letter carrier or something. The region sim stuff in this is pretty neat, though, I gotta say. Okay, so they're moving towards us. Chat room, can I get a Vile Force of Darkness, please? Oh, trust me, I haven't stopped referencing Banished since the start of the stream. All right, there we go. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're pin cushions at this point, right? Yet none of them have actually died yet. Okay, so I'm just gonna, this is a note for my mercenaries here. You need to sharpen your arrows. Eraser tips only work for training. Very disappointed with the effectiveness of these arrows. Although somebody died. That's good. See, somebody fell over finally there. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so I would like to install the more blood mod because there isn't enough blood here. I want guys to be literally exploding into red paint. 6 kills instantly after you said that. I mean, look at that. See, like, they arrive, they get into melee, my guys go, "Hurr!" And then they all just fall over. Like, what? And then this guy just, like, zips off. He's like, spread out, span. Yeah. I mean, we like kill him. Can't. Okay, fine. Don't do it then. Stop running. Let's go capture this camp. While this guy runs away.
No hobble. Tomorrow, find a new home. Town.
The blood loss from the... They finally all just died of blood loss in melee range, right? So I have 5 months of fuel. I need to probably stop exporting. There we go. This belongs to me now. I guess it's this. It's going up because of that. And there we go. We now have, I'm pretty sure, because I can just disband these units. I wish they'd walk off the map instead of just vanishing. But I'm pretty sure I now have enough value to be able to claim this area. So I'm now claiming this region. Which means I'm assuming these guys are now going to attack me immediately. But, you know, it's fine. See what the actual satisfaction levels are right now. are we doing on booze? Yeah, 21 ale. All right. I'm going to enable the tavern, and here's hoping that satisfies a bunch of needs. And here's hoping this actually goes through. I don't know how long it's gonna take for these to run through, but I think it's gonna make me start like practically a new town when that happens.
Hello. I'm the doctor.
You're the doctor, Phineas. How you doing? It's good to see you. You've been well. I'm gonna go over to firewood, and we're gonna export a lot less. No trade. My supply is going to be 400, I think. A little bit uncomfortable with the 5 months of firewood.
You'll not find finer wares anywhere else.
But I think, like, this is also one of my favorite things about, what's the name of that game? Foundation. I always forget the name of that game, but this is also one of my favorite things about Foundation. I love these little stalls, like these little shops. Like, this is probably my favorite part of this game right now, is just the little town that builds up, and just the aesthetic of watching things move around, because one of the most important things about a game like this is that it's fun to watch, and I've been enjoying watching it. I wish the combat was more involved, but here, I can show you the early access cap. It's pretty clear. If you go to policies, everything is locked behind early access, with the exception of 2. If you go to these, everything that's just a lock is early access, not available. If you go to basically the entirety of the help screen, the vast majority of stuff has all these developer notes in them. Hold on, let's see if I can find something. A lot of the bigger things that you would want help from are just like stuff full of stuff like this, right? Imports going through item cost extra, whatever that means. Regional wealth. It's full of stuff like this. So it's early access. It feels unfinished. It feels limited in a lot of ways. When these guys, like an enemy region, so if I go to the world map, like up here, when this region went to claim this region, it said, enemies claiming region. Do you wish to respond? And the only way I could respond was to attack them. And instead of attacking them, I actually ended up letting the combat, like, time out and it to default, because if I were to attack them, I would have gotten obliterated because they had, like, 20 times my soldiers. I had 18, and they had, like, their smallest squad was, like, 40 or something. And they had multiples. The only option I had was to attack them and then wait for the combat to die out. There was, like, 4 other options that I couldn't do, including, like, pay them off so that they wouldn't do it. And there's just stuff like that kind of everywhere where it's like, oh, well, this is just unfinished. Or, like, if I go back up here, I can click on this guy or this guy. These are the 2 other people. There's Heidbolt von Brennut or whatever. And there's all these different options that I should be able to do, but, like, all of the writing instead of, it's like, war surprise, claim accept, or whatever. None of this stuff seems to make sense or do anything, in my opinion, right now. Maybe it does. Need silver, claim accept. Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff. So hopefully that's a clear description. I mean, obviously I haven't seen everything yet, but.
Finer wares anywhere else.
And there's also stuff like, you know, if I, under this, like, there's this castle planner screen, right? Which is supposed to, like, give you the ability to build things, which give you more options, right? For your castle. Like, you should be, you're able to build, like, walls or a tower or a garrison tower and various other things. But, like, the tax office is, like, cosmetic only, under rework. Like, it doesn't do anything. Increases maximum return by 12. Limited to 1 per region. Provides plus 10 garrisoned units and villagers shoot projectiles on incoming enemies. Cool. But, like, what's the point, really? No, it's definitely not a full game. This very much feels like a game that's a work in progress and not a game that's, like, a full game that is going to have more added to it. Like, I think that's kind of like the real deciding factor in a lot of cases. It's like, is it a full game that you can, like, get more out of? and they're going to add more too? Or is it like a tech demo? This feels more tech demo-y, but it's a cool tech demo. But that could be like a deal breaker for some people, right? Like, I'm real curious about these walls and gates for the little castle thingy. Like, I'm going to try building some of this. Oh, sweet. It builds gates over top of the roads that automatically. That's neat, actually. I like that. Okay, let's just start you here then. I'm just curious as to how I can make these look. Like, there's like holes in this gate. I don't like that. Stop it. Quit putting holes in my gate. Quit, put. Okay. There's a snake in my boot. There's a hole in my gate. Let's see if that fixes it. Well, it's going into early access, right? It's not releasing. It's going into early access in 6 days. That doesn't mean that it's releasing. Releasing would mean that it's leaving early access. It's not leaving early access. It's going into early access. Two different things. The 0-day looks and plays better. I shrug. I really want this game to be good. Like, that's my take. I really, really want this game to be good because it has so much promise. And I think anybody who has been following the development of this game for a while probably knows what I mean. Like, there's just so much possibility for this game. I think it's got a lot of people's imagination running wild, which also is, like, maybe the least enviable position ever for a developer, I would say. Like, I would be terrified if I was in that position. That's a fuckload of pressure. Yeah, that's the exciting thing, Reichenwolf. New families moving in, cool. I think that this is a very, very ambitious game being made by a small team. My biggest concern about it is that development post-early access release is going to be slow. Because if development post-early access release is... Hey, we claimed a region. Multiple region management. You can quickly cycle between your commanded regions by pressing T. Okay. So, do I have to build something new in here? Oh, I see. Okay, so the regions have their own... So, Chatberg, so we'll name this... Chatburger. We got Chatberg and Chatburger. So, yeah, I guess the different regions all have their own populations and everything. I guess I would start off with a worker camp. And then I guess I have to import stuff from region to region. It's like an island in Anno? Yeah, or the regions in Beaver Game. Oh, trust me, like, the aesthetics of this game are probably its strongest point, right? Because that's the thing that I've been saying about this game since I started this stream today. This game trailers really well. Like, it shows really well visually. Which is possibly the scariest position you could possibly be in as a developer. Because they've got a game that looks really pretty, which is how you get people excited. Does anybody remember a game called... No, I'm blanking on it. Hold on. Let me just see if I can find it. Ancient cities. Did anybody ever buy or play Ancient Cities? Which apparently has raised its price. Well, that's interesting. Okay, well, this is Ancient Cities. Ancient Cities is a game on Steam. It was a Kickstarted game, and this was Kickstarted a very, very, very long time ago. And then after the Kickstarter, they ran an Indiegogo. And after the Indiegogo, they ran like another crowdfunding thing. It was like a total of like 3 different crowdfunding. It's 2 or 3 crowdfunding campaigns. The game took like a way longer period of time to release than they initially stated. And then when it finally did release, it released with about 30 minutes of content. The game tanked, at least initially. And maybe it's doing okay now. I haven't actually checked in on it in a very long time. But it tanked really, really, really badly because it was a very, very pretty prototype that had very little substance. I can tell you right now, this has a lot more substance than that had. Like, a lot more. Like, I'm, 7 hours in and still seeing new stuff. So that's good. That's really good. So it's not something that I would be too concerned about in that regard. But when you have really pretty games that in trailers show really well, that always makes me a little bit nervous because that's how you end up at the top of the wish lists and that's how you disappoint people. And I can tell that this game has people overhyped because I've had people in both Twitch chat and YouTube chat ask multiple times if you can join your soldiers in battle like in Mountain Blade. Which means people's imagination are going wild. It kind of reminds me of when the extraordinarily disappointing video game... now again, I'm blanking. Extraordinarily disappointing video game known as Stone Shard. When that game came out, Stone Shard had a major, major problem. Everybody thought it was Stardew Valley. They thought it was a life sim. And I remember streaming that game and going, this is not a very good roguelike, guys. And people going, can I farm? Can I buy a house? And it's like, do you even know what it is you're buying? And I'm getting that vibe a little bit from this, which makes me nervous. They're updating slowly. You've enjoyed a nice run until you grew too big with too little resources. You can use better balancing. Yeah, but that's like I backed Ancient Cities in like 2015 or something. Like, it has been such a long time, though, so it's good to hear that it's, like, playable now, though. But at the same time, yeah, that's the sort of thing, that's what I'm looking for. That's the sort of thing that makes me very nervous, right? At least Star Citizen's a playable video game. Star Citizen is, like, a pretty common, like, discussion/argument here. I'm not going to, really throw my thoughts into it too much. Because I think I have bad interpretation or unpopular opinions on Star Citizen. I think it's fine. How the heck was it advertised? What, Ancient Cities? It was a trailer and a Kickstarter. Is how it was advertised, right? This was back when people got really excited over Kickstarters. But anyway. Region settled. Chat burger! So now we have a brand new home. So down here, we are going to make... And this I'm actually going to complain about for a second here. This isn't my favorite way to do this. What this game is doing right now. Which is the, okay, you've unlocked a new region, which is like... realistically, 100 meters? Like maybe a kilometer away from my other town. But like, people can't just walk here to work. Like, it's what killed Beaver Game for me. Timberborn. Because like, I like managing a big city. I don't like managing many tiny cities, and that just makes me feel kind of bleh when I realize that I'm managing a bunch of little tiny cities, but it's like my least favorite way to do this. It's okay, though. There's also no food here, so... Ancient City, the release was awful. Right now, I would say it's nice for a little run, but it's pretty tough getting started as well. Yeah, I don't know. I do hope the best for this game, though. Like, I might sound like I'm being a bit of a negative Nancy currently, but, you know. You have to be very cautious with hype. And this game is extremely hyped right now. Okay, let's let this area start building up and jump back over here. Well, I'm not being a negative Nancy. I'm just simply stating that this game is... If people expect more than a game is capable of delivering, that doesn't mean that the game is bad, nor does it mean that the game is falsely marketed. All that means is that you've made a really good trailer. Which is actually a good thing. But if you make a trailer that's too good, your game might fall over. Okay. That was weird. I couldn't click on it because the game was actually saving behind the scenes. Not telling me. Well, we ran out of ale real quick. It's like, made this brewery and ran out of ale like almost immediately. Although it does have ale in it, which is good. So the only thing I need to improve is I need better clothing supply. So I could import clothes. Okay, so I could make a cobbler's workshop at somebody's house. Let's upgrade this one to a cobbler's workshop because that will then sell shoes. And just double checking. It uses money. And what is that icon? Planks? Yes, money and planks. What? Why doesn't that use leather?
Fresh meat. Get your fresh meat here.
That's our brewery. I mean, right now we're importing barley, right? I don't really agree. If people are overhyped for a thing, it doesn't matter how much it costs, right? If people are too excited for something, Wicca, it could cost $1, it could cost $10. If your expectations outweigh what the game is capable of providing, people will be disappointed. Doesn't matter. Like, straight up flat does not matter. Like, I've seen games that are $1, $5 even. I've seen games that are free with bad reviews. It's just a matter of, did you disappoint the people that you promised thing to? Right? That's literally the only metric that matters is, are people disappointed? And disappointment is irrational and illogical. So, for whatever it's worth, I very much disagree with that take. So getting that house done. Doing a lot of construction right now. Let's jump down to this one. See how things are going. I mean, those are extreme examples for sure, yeah. And the fact that, I'm I'm talking about this specifically because I've seen a lot of unrealistic expectations just today in my time playing. So if I'm seeing unrealistic expectations in, you know, an hour of play already coming from people, then, you know, like I can't be the only person then who's seeing that. I also need some firewood, so totally. But what exactly have the publisher and the developer been doing to calm that? If it's something that's been happening and they're aware of it, okay. Remember how earlier I said you should be careful about what you say if you're, like, telling people that you are a fan of this game? This is what I mean, mate. Jump back up here. Totally. Totally. But you gave that impression when you first came by, right? Am I enjoying it? Yeah, but I think the more I play of it, Sean, the more I'm like... worried that people are too excited, is what I would say. That's how I feel about it right now. It seems cool. Like, I think this is a neat game. I am enjoying my time playing it. But the more of it I play and the more chat I read, the more I'm getting a little bit worried. Well, I need a little market, so that's free. You're a tester? Sure. Well, that means you're a volunteer then. Which, you know, makes you an insider. Meaning, the information that you were giving me makes you an unofficial representative of Slavic magic. But just, I'm done giving you warnings. Like I've told you the way I feel and the way you're making things seem. All right. Move the guys from the saw pit. Move you over to there. I'm gonna stop responding to the things that you're saying, Wicca. You already watched a lot of playthroughs. You can't wait for this game. The building system is phenomenal. It's neat. Yep. You keep getting a bigger shovel, mate. Like, I'm not representing this. States that he's just if you're not representing it, then stop, because that's what you're doing verbally. Like you anyway. I give up. Let's build a house. But yes, the building system is very, very neat. I will second you there. Feels weird? Yeah. Alright, let's try and stop these people from being so homeless. For this region, I'm going to make some more housing too, I think. Tons of timber. Hey. Oh, wow. I can. Lets me build directly over top of that well. I guess it's probably gonna just destroy the well then? Or whatever this is. What is this? It's a hitching post? Not a well. Let's move the hitching post. Maybe over here. That little spot. Let's run you a little further this way. Yeah, I'll say this. Right now I'm very much hoping that this is an older build. Need this to be gone first. Stocks damaged by weather. Thanks, game. Running out of food. I mean, that's a Chatburger problem, not a Chatberg problem.
Winter in Albert Spawn. I'd like to free.
How much wood do they have? Show me that when I had that menu up. Probably not, Zhang.
Nice work.
Try and get these people housed. Oh, also I need a granary, right? The other thing that I need. Are you finding the game? It's very pretty. Is like the first thing I can say. Is it's very pretty. I'll just let this do its thing for a little bit. 6 months of food and also firewood. That's what I've been looking for. Instead of moving you... let's just increase the speed of this. Gaining population. 'Cause I need these houses to get upgraded. But yeah, it's interesting. Deep Space. It's a very, 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 very pretty game that the more I play it, the more unfinished it feels. But, you know, it's an early access game, right? So that's, I guess, the caveat by default, I suppose, is that if it feels unfinished, it's probably because early access, right? Let's move them off of there. But that is very much how I'm feeling with it right now. It's like, what, feels unfinished? It's a pile of small things. Let's see if I can, like, there's a lot of unfinished text in the game. Like, it's early access, right? So you got to remember that. So that's caveat A, right? There's a lot of, like, spots where, like, text will just have, like, programmer speech. So instead of actually saying something useful, like, if I go to it's most obvious in the help screen, but it pops up in other places too. There's a lot of stuff like, where's that screen? I need to just find one that I can just, stuff like this, like traveling underscore merchants underscore description. Stuff like this is kind of everywhere. And the more I play, the more I see it. Stuff like, not really the church, but if I go into this, UI here for the castle planner. Things like the tax office, cosmetic only, under rework. If I go to the actual town upgrades for Chatburg here, right? All of these locked ones, these are all early access, right? And this isn't a bad thing, right? Like all this stuff, locked in early access, locked in early access, locked in early access, locked in early access. There's nothing in the production screen. I don't even know what this screen's for. So, oh no, this is being released into early access. So, I don't know. When I played the demo for this game, it feels like close to, like sometime last year it was. It was a while ago though. It felt very, 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 very similar to this. The main difference was it ran like ass. It ran real bad in that demo. At least on my machine, it ran horrible. So when I played the demo for this, it ran horribly. But all of the meat of the game feels very similar to that demo. Which, if you played that demo, you probably have a pretty good idea of what you're getting into. The difference between the demo and this, though, is this has the combat. And I think one thing this game's gonna fight with and have to struggle with a lot is it's called Manor Lord. People read Manor Lord and they think Mountain Blade. This is a city builder with some light Total War combat and some like region conquering stuff. This isn't Mountain Blade. Like, I can click this button and walk around as a laddie, but that is the extent of it, right? I can run, I can walk, and that's it. The models don't even match my supposed character. So, I mean, even if you hit that, it's like very early in development, expect glitches. There's a lot of stuff where like people need clothing, right? But the game doesn't tell you that they need clothing. What they actually need is linen. The game tells you that they need clothing. But unless you click on this and hover over this, it doesn't tell you anywhere in the game that linen, leather, and yarn all are considered clothing. And just little weird hiccups like that, where it's like there's a lot of weird wording, there's a lot of strange decisions that I think I would describe as solo developer syndrome. This is all of the negatives, but it's fucking beautiful. It's super chill. It runs great, at least on my machine. It's a lovely piece of tech. The combat does look pretty good while it's happening. I don't know. It is definitely an early access game. And I think it's an early access game that's going to disappoint a lot of people that are not ready for what they're buying. Yeah, that's actually a problem that happens to me, Strigoi, is I don't want to play the game by the time it releases. That's definitely happened to me before, so I feel you there. Yeah, so like, I mean, I can't give you a full review. This is just my impressions. But my impressions of this game is basically just, hey, if this is a type of game that you really would like to play, you might really like this game. But if this isn't like 100% something that you're ready and willing to dedicate your time to, and you're just buying it because the trailers are pretty, I think you're going to disappoint yourself. Yeah, I have no idea. Well, here's the thing, right? I don't know what the upper cap is for each town, but the different regions have their own economies, right? It does kind of like what Timberborn does. I got Chatburger and Chatburg, right? Chatburger, people are kind of pissed at me because there's a bunch of homelessness, all that jazz, and working on getting their stuff built up. But they all have their own independent economies, which I actually don't like. This is a way of doing it I don't like. I want to be able to just have a massive city and control them all as one big economy. But Yeah, no, definitely. This is absolutely one to follow. I mean, it's got a lot of excitement behind it, so it'll probably sell just fine, right? I guess I'm really curious to see what people think of it when it's actually out. Is the biggest thing for me. I'm just really curious to see what people think of it. Okay, so now we get one development point here. I want to do just like grain farming. Okay, so let's see if I can start building. Nice big farms. The feeling that's going to take forever to build. Farmhouse employs families who work on the fields. The workforce is distributed proportionally in accordance with the field's set priority level. When crops are growing, they absorb certain nutrients from the soil and temporarily lowering its fertility, thus diminishing yields over time. To combat this, consider changing crop types, or even better, leaving the field fallow for a year. This is for emmer. Flax, barley, rye. Could do rye. Go for flour. No one liked it? Oh, from the regional economy stuff? I mean, it's the reason I don't play Timberborn. Just to give you my straight impressions. That is the reason I do not play Timberborn. Is because I don't like that mechanic. I don't think I'm quite unsold on it here yet. But, I'm not thrilled. And so I need that. Or wait, actually, hold on a second. When you say that no one liked it, do you mean like no one liked the game in general, or no one liked that mechanic? Okay, well, we'll let this area play. Mechanic? Okay. I've never played it, Bright Lancer. I'm feeling like I'm wasting my time on this barley stuff. And what other types of livestock can I have? No, I'm well aware of what it is. I own it. Bright Lancer. I got key for it ages ago. It never really interested me. I mean, I've watched plenty of streams of it. I don't really have any thoughts on it, is all. Let's just nuke this. Well, maybe don't nuke it, but let's wait until we have a surplus of ale before I worry about it. And let's grab you. Like, Hooded Horse, to their credit, from my perspective, a great company to work with. They're very, very quick and easy to get keys from, and that's in an era where it's getting increasingly difficult to get keys for video games, as somebody like me. So, even if I'm not interested in their game, I probably have it because they just send everybody a key. Which is a good way to do it, at least in my opinion. Make sure that people who are capable of promoting a thing have a thing, and they're more likely to promote a thing. Yeah, so like my impressions of this game right now is this is a very, very, very chill tech demo that is probably gonna be way too overhyped for some people, but people who are well informed will probably get a good experience out of this. That's my take so far. Actually, let's just leave it follow this year. And then next year we'll do wheat. Should be able to grow beans, damn it. What do we need here? Yeah, just all the stuff that they're working on already. You know, it's really funny, Sean, over in YouTube chat when people say things like, ignore the masses, bunch of plebs anyways. You realize my job is to make sure that the masses know what they're buying? You realize that, right? So, stating ignore the masses is like saying don't do your job. If I were ignoring the masses, I would be playing this off stream. That's ignoring the masses. Acknowledging the masses is literally doing my job. So, you know, just realize how silly that sounds. Okay, so we're kind of not thrilled about the taxation currently, which is fine. You start making shoes. And clothing. I never said that some dude on Twitch complained about this game and it ruined my experience. I never said that. Somebody in chat stated that somebody else on Twitch didn't like a similar mechanic to me. That I didn't like. I don't really like this mechanic where you hit T and you have separate economies for separate regions. I don't like that. And somebody in chat agreed. So I will retract what I say and correct it with, you are putting words in my mouth. Instead of, you know, anyway, whatever. Can you ask a Dwarf Lord question? Go ahead. What's up? I need stone down here. There's got to be a way for me to send stuff from one place to another.
Solid as a rock. Twice as heavy.
Not really put anybody here yet because we need to finish building this, right? Yes. Granary, storehouse. That's the storehouse that we need. Hundreds of dead lungfish on the surface of your fort. Is there anything that you can do to stop them genociding themselves? I have a question. Do you have cats? Because that's the culprit. Your cats are killing them. What can you do is you can put them into a refuse stockpile. If you go to It's like work orders, standing orders screen. There is a option in one of those tabs that says gather refuse from outside. Then they will gather them and they will put them into the refuse stockpile, and then they'll degrade and go away quicker. But literally, yeah, it's your cats. So they're not genociding themselves. You are genociding them by having cats. Whatever like vermin-sized creatures exist in the world will just like die constantly if you have cats. Cats are brutal in Dwarf Fortress. They will literally kill any vermin that moves. Just like real life. Absolute friggin' murderers. Do have giant jaguars and cougars. Well, those aren't cats. Well, anyway, yeah, I don't know. No, there's nothing you can do to stop them. All you can do is gather up the bodies. I generally don't notice them because I have them gathered. This isn't full, is it? Not even close.
Step right up and set.
Interesting. For bigger houses, you can actually expand the living space. Finally, they're coming to get rid of this because this is all going to become houses. Almost as invasive as humans? Yeah. Yeah, that is true. This is a game that I think people can get a lot of time out of, though. As long as you haven't overhyped yourself, I do think people can get a lot of time out of this and enjoy it. It's just the overhyping thing that I'm worried about at this point. You know... Are there any areas in here that are okay for rye? Not really. Well, let's queue up a small farm field here. Why can't I have more than one node? More than... Sorry, that's mildly annoying. I want to be able to have more nodes. What? Why can't I plant rye? Oh, do I have to unlock rye? Well, that's dumb. Okay, fine, game. Gave me a thing where it's like, oh, you can't plant this. Get wrecked. Guess we can plant emmer here. No, I can't. Unless emmer is wheat. Yeah, it is. Okay. Fine. I need a farmhouse, I guess. It's like a Dwarf Fortress situation where it's like, this is a what, and you're calling it a what? Sorry, what is a portal? Please explain. Brain confused. I do like the large farm fields, though. Large farm fields are cool.
Don't be shy, good sirs and ladies.
I really need that log gone. So instead, what I will do is build around it.
Poor quality, he said. Possibly.
Perhaps it was simply a bad day. These things happen.
Disagree. Grizzly bears better than dogs because grizzly bears are war trainable and more effective once they're war trained. I know dogs are too, but grizzly bears are more effective. So I would actually argue that I would rather grizzly bears over dogs. I realize you're talking about actual like dogs versus cats. I'm talking about Dwarf Fortress, so. Only 2 months of food down here. They'll be fine, right? Right? Definitely, they'll be. Giant grizzly. Ah, sure, giant grizzly's better. Yeah. Dogs are an okay food source, though. I'm wondering how long until... Oh, hey, family started moving in. Like, I wonder how long until a family moves in. Well, they already did. Surprised that it doesn't count as homeless while their stuff is being rebuilt. This will level you up immediately. Jump down here. Give you a vegetable garden. Give you chickens. I think actually I figured out a pretty good way of articulating why I don't really like this mechanic. The having to hit tab to end different economies for each regions. You know, RimWorld, it's a video game, right? RimWorld has this thing where it lets you make multiple locations. Like you can have multiple people or multiple, like, basically bases, right? But they're on different maps and you have to tab between the different maps. I never really liked that mechanic. And when you have a big open space, and you can see multiple spaces in that big open space. Like, if I can seamlessly pan from here to here, it takes away from the game for me versus just being able to, you know, scroll over to another zone, zoom in, and then bang, suddenly we're playing, right? No, I mean, I also don't particularly like the Anno games. Well, that's not super accurate. I enjoy Anno to a point. Anno irritates me very quickly, so, like, I usually get about 40 hours out of each Anno game, and then I'm kind of done after that. But it is actually kind of a pretty similar thing for me. Like, I wish that it felt like one big country instead of completely separate economies. And when you completely separate the economies, it suddenly just feels cheap. I don't know. Yeah, very gamey. Yeah, exactly. It's suddenly, it goes from feeling like a believable space to just being a mechanic, which I don't think is a bad thing. But I will always prefer a game that just gives me a large open space to play around in instead of, like, making me feel artificially limited by whatever requirement the game may have. It's kind of surprising to me that you've met people that have cat phobias. That's kind of nuts to me. Like, sort of genuinely. And ironically, that's usually around the point. That's around the point that I stopped playing Anno 1800. Was when I discovered that there was like you could have multiple maps. Around that point was when I stopped playing Anno 1800 like entirely. I think I'm just gonna disable taxation for a little bit. And also we're gonna turn down the amount that the church gets. Just to like make people happy. Ish. Leveling you up. Leveling this one up too. Piece by piece. Getting the farmhouse done. Wow, that's a lot of labor. If the field is set to follow, the workers will plow it. Yeah, we should just follow it. Just plow it. Yeah, fuck the Pope. What? Unless it's Lucas Pope. He's kind of cool. Makes cool video games. How you doing, Radu? How's things, mate? I mean, I can understand not liking cats, but cat phobia seems a bit intense. I don't know. What about the discordant popes? It's not a pope. Come on. We're not talking about the discordant popes. We're talking about the pope. Fuck the pope. What? Oh, me too. Very much so. Profane. Very much so. But I think I'm going to finish building up all these houses here. And we're probably gonna tune out for the day. Go do something. I'm gonna go finish my day and get back to the YouTube prep and doing other things. But Chad, I have a question. Are you planning to buy this game on launch? It's the first question. Second question, what do you think of what you've seen today? And the third question is, give me a rating out of 10 for the stream. And to the YouTube people, should this VOD make its way over to the VOD channel? I'm thinking about trimming it down and putting it on the main channel, but as that roof goes up. I'm actually quite impressed at how well it's running. Yeah. That's generally a good rule to run by, Bob. Generally a pretty good rule to run by. Literally all we have right now is meat. All we have is meat! Well, I need to increase food variety. That's why people are kind of annoyed with me currently. I also should just straight up stop importing stuff. Export. Stop importing barley. Just stop it. I think I made a leather workshop. The question is, where did it end up? Saw pit. Livestock trading post. You know what I mean by it's... They keep losing buildings. Everything just kind of looks the same.
Come one, come all.
Manor under construction. There it is. Get you done next. Oh yeah, true. I mean, if you get Game Pass, yeah, go for it. I'm at the point now where I don't promote Game Pass to people. It's like, because I myself found the value to be kind of lacking. So I've unsubscribed and I don't promote things I don't use. But yeah, if you happen to have Game Pass, definitely grab it there. You need to see if they have regional pricing. Yeah, that makes sense, Stefanos. Yeah. Yeah. No, I tend to agree with that Nicholas Taylor over on YouTube chat. I think the biggest, like, sticking point for me is just how unfinished the combat is. Because, like, the combat is, like, the thing that makes this game look cool. And that kind of just blows, I suppose. Okay, let's get that rolling. Where was it? And now I've lost my Tanner shop again. There it is. Wonder if there's a setting that I could turn on where it's just like they automatically assign people to a thing once it's available. There we go. It's gonna give us hides. This is going to, at the very least, give us a different type of leather. Brewery.
This is heavier than it looks.
Everything into a vegetable shop. All right, spent a bunch of money on upgrading houses. The game run. These are stolen by bandits. Great. Systems need polishing and fleshed out rating. Fun out of 10. Definitely. All right, everybody. I think this has been a solid first look at the very least for me. I think I've seen pretty much everything I'm going to get out of this game. I absolutely adore the aesthetic. I think this game's beautiful. I enjoyed my time with this. I'll come back to it on launch day, which is the 26th. After doing, you know, a bunch of Dwarf Fortress. We'll probably continue this exact playthrough, actually. So if you're enjoying this playthrough, we will pick her back up then. But, oh sweet, we actually got another migrant here, which means I can go down here and do this. Farmhouse! Farmhouse in the middle of the street. So, yeah, I really like the massive farm fields. That's my favorite thing in Anno, actually, is just the ginormous farm fields. I love the aesthetic of this game. It's beautiful. The thing that has me the most is just the combat. I wish that there was more to it, man. I really, really wish that there was more to it. Oh, another thing this little area needs is before I forget. Like, it's compelling. It's not bad. All right, so this has been a very pretty game that I would like to play more of, and I intend to play more of. So, until we return. Oh, also, this is a little bit annoying. Like, you can do hard saves, but I wish it didn't. I wish it auto-saved like 3 or so instead of just 1. But we're gonna put down a hard save. I'm gonna call this first stream. There we go. All done. Twitch chat. Hang around for a little bit. We're gonna go raid somebody. YouTube chat. Thanks for hanging out, friends. Twitch chat, if you want to, for formality's sake, say goodbye to YouTube, you can do that. How's the game, TLDR? Looks really pretty, very unfinished, very much an early access game. The things that are there play well. I wish the combat was better, and curious to see how it does. That's the TLDR. Seems. But YouTube chat, we will see you on the flip. If you guys want to raid with us, pop over here to the Twitch side of things. Otherwise, I will see you guys on Wednesday